Good afternoon and welcome to the workshop. So we are going to get started. It's now 12:30 and I will call this Board of Regents workshop meeting to order. Carrie, will you please take the roll?
Chair Carvalho,
Here.
Vice Chair Downs,
Here.
Regent Ariscotta,
Yep.
Regent Boylan,
Aye.
Regent Brager, Regent Brooks, Regent Brown, Regent Cruz Crawford,
Here.
Regent Del Carlo, Regent Goodman, Regent McMichael,
Here.
Regent Perkins,
Here.
Regent Tarkanian. You have a quorum present.
Thank you. Next, I will ask Regent Del Carlo to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance. Please rise.
Please join me. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Before beginning, we take a moment to recognize that here in Nevada, we stand on the land of the Washishu, Washoe, Numu, Northern Paiute, Nui, Western Shoshone, and Nuwu, Southern Paiute. We take a moment to recognize and honor their stewardship that continues into today. With this recognition, we state an intention to rightfully include their voice and respect them as the 27 sovereign tribal nations of Nevada. I'll now move to public comment. For those who would like to call in and offer public comment, please dial 669-444-9171 and enter meeting ID 928-4944-5069 and passcode 555555. I will now ask for public comment from the meeting sites first. Is there any public comment at GBC?
There is none at this time.
Thank you. Is there any public comment at the system office in Reno?
Yes, there is, Chair.
Thank you. Please state and spell your name, and you have 2 minutes.
Good afternoon. My name is Jim New, N-E-W, President of the Nevada Faculty Alliance. In your workshop over the next 2 days, you will see several presentations, many from professional consultants external to NSHE. Their presentations include proposals which either implicitly or explicitly will have direct impact on curriculum at NSHE institutions. The longstanding principles of shared governance and academic freedom established decades ago that the faculty have primary responsibility for the development, implementation, and management of curriculum. We are concerned that many of these proposals appear to exclude faculty involvement. The NISS presentation that you'll hear about today is 37 pages long, but the word faculty appears only 3 times. How can you ensure student success without faculty involvement? More troubling is the Complete College America presentation on prior learning assessment. In the decades that I have taught CTE courses, we have tried to implement experiential learning programs multiple times and in multiple formats. A well-designed program to assess prior learning cannot succeed without faculty involvement to ensure the assessment is as robust and rigorous as the comparable classroom learning. As a matter of fact, the majority of work in these programs falls to the faculty members. Nonetheless, the word faculty does not even appear in the Complete College America presentation. Without faculty involvement, assessments will probably be conducted by staff members without the subject matter expertise to adequately determine success, essentially turning the program into a grade mill. Finally, we're disappointed that the Northwest Commission on Colleges and Universities presentation on governance skirts past the importance of shared governance in higher education. Unfortunately, their presentation aligns with their standard regarding faculty input in institutional governance, which avoids the term shared governance. We call upon the organization to correct this omission, and we ask members of this board to maintain the strongest standards of shared governance in any policy modifications regarding the governance of the Nevada system of higher education. Thank you.
Kent Irvin, ERVIN, Nevada Faculty Alliance. Good afternoon. We applaud the board for taking time to learn about initiatives to enhance student success, but as President New indicated, we have concerns if most of the information is coming from national consulting outfits rather than the experts among our own faculty at our own institutions. Also, holding this kind of workshop in the summer limits the opportunity for meaningful shared governance. Regarding this afternoon's presentation from the National Institute for Student Success, they have impressive statistics showing the increases in student enrollment and retention using their model. NSHE has already made strides in improving retention but can do more. However, we have questions and caveats. First, the NISS model is expensive and requires expansion, advising, and other administrative support staff. It won't be successful without adequate new funding. How much would a partnership cost? Where would those funds come from? Will faculty hiring suffer? Those are questions that need to be asked. Second, all of the advising and support services in the world won't do any good if there are too few faculty to teach the courses that students need to complete their programs. The practice of freezing vacant positions over the past several years has created serious gaps in our ability to deliver instruction. The NISS model prioritizes advisors and administrative support over academics and faculty instructors. In addition to the metrics advocated by NISS, which is a kind of a big data model, NSHE should track and work on improving, first, the percentage of courses taught by full-time faculty, second, faculty to student ratios, and third, the percentages of courses required for degree programs that are offered every year. Other metrics could also be developed to track how easy or hard it is for students to enroll in the course sections they need to graduate in a timely manner. We look forward to the NISS presentation and their responses to these questions and issues. Thank you.
Madam Chair, that's all the public comment in Reno.
Thank you. Is there any public comment here at the Cooperative Extension?
Yes.
Regent McMichael, if you wouldn't mind, could you please go to the podium? Thank you. I appreciate it.
My name is Donald McMichael, McMichael. I'm a regent on the board, and I wanted to speak in regards to certain situations that have arisen over the last 3 weeks. And in particular, I wanted to let people know that I am the chair of the Security Committee, and I look after the safety of everyone, not just one group in particular, but all students, all faculty, and we're striving to try and make our facilities more hardened to such events that happen in December. As such, I take student safety extremely serious, and I do not appreciate people making comments saying that I do not like certain groups. That is unbelievable for anyone to say. And also, I would also like to mention that we're in this together, all of us, not just one group set aside from the other groups, but everyone is to be in this together. And so I'm calling out for any group that wishes to give to the board a definition of their own group so that we can submit that for inclusion in the NSHE handbook. I make that a request now, and I will at every board meeting until we have all groups included. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there any other public comment here at Cooperative Extension? Seeing none, I will move on to public comment on the phone. SES?
Yes, Madam Chair, we have one caller. Caller with the phone number ending in 2604. Please press *6 to unmute. State and spell your name for the record, and you have 2 minutes to address the board.
Hello, good afternoon, esteemed members of the NSHE Board of Regents. My name is Dylan Moss, DILLON MOSS, and I am the director of the ASUN Department of Government Affairs at the University of Nevada, Reno. Today, I'm here to discuss the critical elements of a comprehensive student success strategy plan guided by our students' needs and aspirations when brainstorming at this workshop today. Student access for all means ensuring equitable access to education, healthcare, safety, and career opportunities for every student, regardless of their background or financial status. This includes providing affordable tuition, comprehensive financial aid to reduce financial barriers, ensuring students have access to food and housing support to address basic needs and mitigate the effects of poverty, restoring and protecting funding for all academic programs, especially those that are student-driven. Recent cuts to student programs are unfair and risk driving students to out-of-state universities and not to our own institutions, and implementing policies that support marginalized groups, ensuring an inclusive and equitable educational environment. Several barriers hinder student success that should be considered, such as high tuition costs, insufficient financial aid, limited access to affordable housing, healthcare, and mental health services on campus, safety concerns on campus, and insufficient career development opportunities and limited research opportunities, and the extensive student housing and food insecurity we have experienced at UNR. When looking at creating a strategy plan for student success, I urge you to take in consideration these things as they are what our students are needing, and these are the issues that they are facing each day in their pursuit of higher education. Thank you for your time and commitment to student success.
That's all the callers we have for now, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Before moving on to item number 2, I just want to let everybody know that item number 4, which is the extension of the employment agreement for interim chief internal auditor Lauren Tripp, is going to be moved to tomorrow morning right before item number 9. So we will take that tomorrow morning instead of today. With that, we will move on to item number 2, which is minutes. The Board of Regents will consider approval of the minutes from the April 19th, 2024 special meeting. Are there any questions or comments or a motion to approve?
Motion to approve.
Thank you. I have a motion from Regent McMichael. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Thank you. I have a second from Vice Chair Downs. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? That passes. Thank you. Item number 3, code revision, vacancy in the office of the president. So at the May 23rd, 2024 special meeting, the Board of Regents approved revisions to the NSHE Code Title II, Chapter 1, Section 1.55 concerning procedures for recommending an acting or interim president and conducting a presidential search. And so with this, I will open up the floor to Chief of Staff Carrie Nikolajewski to present the proposed revisions to that code. Ms. Nikolajewski?
Thank you, Chair. For the record, Carrie Nikolajewski, Chief of Staff. Before you today is a proposed revision to the NSHE Code. It is, talk a little closer, gotcha. Sure. Before you today is a proposed revision to the NSHE Code Title II, Chapter 1, Section 1.5.5 concerning vacancy in the office of president. This policy includes the processes for appointing an acting or an interim president and also conducting a search. As the chair mentioned at the May meeting, there was a more extensive revision that was approved. However, at that time, it was identified by Regent Del Carlo and agreed to by others based on her experience. There was a gap in the way the policy was written, and it did not make clear that the chair of the search committee is the party responsible for doing the initial screening of candidates and bringing forward the names to the committee. The policy as it reads now says that the chancellor and the search chair share that responsibility, but there's no clear indication of who would make the final decision in the case of no consensus. So thank you, Regent Del Carlo, for pointing that out. Staff has brought back a revision. It's on the last page of your reference material, and it's in subsection G. And it indicates that the chair can consult with the chancellor and a search consultant if one is hired, but ultimately the chair is responsible for those activities. And I should also point out that this change would make it in line with the chancellor search policy that you all approved earlier this year, where it clearly states that the search chair is responsible for doing that. So this comes today for information only, and will come back for action at a future meeting.
Thank you. Are there any questions or discussion? Regent Del Carlo.
Thank you, Chair Carvalho. I did have a question on item number 2, where it talks about the questions having to be submitted 7 days before the meeting. I want to know why 7 days. I think that's really a long time. Is it 7 calendar days? Is it 7 business days? And my worry here is that we all know any public body, just look at our own presidential debates in the past, questions get leaked and are given to the people being interviewed. And I don't know why we can't tighten that up. I mean, I want to know what the process is, why it takes 7 days. And also, I think there needs to be something in there when we are interviewing these candidates. We do agree to a set of questions. That's fine. And usually the same person gives the question, but sometimes there needs to be a follow-up to something that was said. And I want to make sure we're able to do that as regents, because, you know, it's a big thing when we're interviewing people to hire. So I'd like some clarification. Thank you.
Thank you, Regent Del Carlo. Ms. Nikolajewski.
Thank you, Carrie Nikolajewski, Chief of Staff, for the record. The addition with the questions coming 7 days applies to an interim or acting appointment, not the actual search. And that was added at the revision that was approved in May, I believe at the recommendation of Human Resources, just so that there can be a look at those questions ahead of time and make sure that they pertain to the roles and responsibilities of the position and not, you know, outside of that. So it's really just a double check. It doesn't preclude follow-up questions. I think, I'm not sure that we need to spell that out in the policy. When we have a search, the search consultant generally helps the committee put those questions together. And I think it would be fair for the search committee chair to decide and state at that meeting that follow-ups are allowed. You know, I think that's how we've done it before, and it's worked out pretty well. But I understand the importance of that for sure.
Okay, thank you. Oops, you might just want to say if it's 7 business days or 7 calendar days, just to be specific.
Good point. Specificity is always better. We could bring that back at another time as to not delay, because if we make a change to this now, this will have to come back again for information only, and we do have a president search that is getting underway. So if you're comfortable with that and the board's comfortable with that, we could bring that forward at a different
Yeah,
time.
I don't want to delay anything. I mean, that could get questioned, believe me.
100%, you're correct. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Any other discussion or questions regarding this item? As Ms. Nikolajewski said, this is a first reading. It's information only. So the intention is to bring this back at a future date for action. Seeing no other discussion, we will move on to item number 5, focusing on student success with the National Institute for Student Success. And for this, I will turn it over to Vice Chancellor for Academic and Student Affairs, Daniel Archer.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Daniel Archer for the record. Georgia State University has had one of the more notable higher ed success stories in modern history. Based on this success, Georgia State University has created the National Institute for Student Success, which is commonly referred to as NISS. So today, Dr. Tim Rennick, who serves as the NISS Executive Director, is here to talk about NISS, and he is joining us via Zoom. And I will turn it over to Dr. Rennick.
Good afternoon. Thank you for having me. Thank you, Daniel, and thank you to NSHE for hosting me this afternoon. I did get to visit you in person in your Las Vegas Student Success Summit about 5 years ago, and it's great to connect virtually. I am here to talk a little bit about some of the work at Georgia State and how it's led to a nonprofit institute that is delivering support to more than 80 universities, almost all public universities nationally. I'm going to this afternoon walk you through the background that kind of grounds the logic behind the NISS, and then talk a little bit about some of the results the NISS is seeing and some of the services that we provide. So give me a second. I'm going to share my screen. Whoops, right now it's indicating that my sharing ability is disabled. So if somebody there can give me the ability to share my screen.
We do see your presentation here. If you're on the very first page, that's Introduction to the NIST Diagnostic
Okay,
and
great.
Playbook. If you'd like, we can
Great.
you can just let us know to go to the next slide.
Okay, well then let's go ahead. So the story I want to share this afternoon does begin, as Daniel indicated, with the work at Georgia State. And what we've undergone over the last 12 or so years is, by all estimations, a very improbable transformation. Next. So Georgia State is a very large and diverse public university. We've got about 37,000 students on this main campus where I'm sitting this afternoon in downtown Atlanta. This campus offers our bachelor's and graduate degree programs. And then in 2016, we were consolidated by the state of Georgia with the largest community college system in the state. Perimeter College, which is now part of Georgia State, runs 5 associate level campuses with about 16,000 students throughout the Atlanta area. The reality is Georgia State has not historically had great notoriety. One detail that is not a point of pride at all is that we were segregated as a campus into the 1960s. And then if you go to the next slide, much more recently, we were still grossly underperforming. So these are our graduation rates for our bachelor's students as of about 20 years ago. They hovered around 30%. We had significant gaps in outcomes based on the students' race, ethnicity, and income level. So to put it otherwise, our white students outperformed our African American and Hispanic students by considerable amounts. And then our middle and upper income students outperformed our low income students significantly. And what makes Georgia State's story perhaps distinctive on the national front is that while we started with fairly low outcomes, on the surface, we were going through changes that would historically indicate that these numbers should be going down further. If you turn to the next slide, we're looking here at some of the demographic changes by race and ethnicity at Georgia State. I'm a professor at Georgia State, longtime tenured faculty member here. When I arrived at Georgia State, we were still a majority white institution as far as student enrollment, with over 75% of our students white. We've gone through one of the more rapid demographic shifts in the nation. We became a minority serving institution about 15 years ago, and every year since we've just gotten more and more diverse, to the point now where we're almost 80% non-white students self-identifying, our largest group as African American, about 40% now, but there's no majority population at Georgia State. And of course, as we know, this kind of demographic shift in race and ethnicity enrollments does not typically correlate with significantly improved graduation rates, nor does the next one. If you look at the next slide, which is the shift in the economic resources of our students. The last recession hit Atlanta really hard. There was one point during the last recession where among all metro areas across the US, Atlanta simultaneously had the highest unemployment rate and the highest default rate on home mortgages. And we all know when these economic downturns occur, the impacts do not distribute equally across the population. The families that send their sons and daughters to Georgia Tech, which is just up the road from us about a mile and a half, or the University of Georgia, the big flagship in the state, or Emory University, which is about 5 miles away from us here in downtown Atlanta, we know from the data are predominantly middle, but especially upper middle and upper income families. And while they lost wealth during the last recession, these were not primarily the families losing their homes and jobs. The families losing homes and jobs were very much the families who send their sons and daughters to Georgia State. And what you see here is over a 5-year period at the beginning of the last recession, we basically doubled the number of low-income students we enroll at Georgia State, from under a third to almost 60%. To put this in some kind of perspective, this past spring term, we were enrolling right around 30,000 Pell-eligible students at Georgia State University. The entire Ivy League this past spring enrolled about 9,800. So we were trying to educate 3 times the number of low-income students as all the Ivy League institutions combined. It's not going to be business as usual, and it's also not the opportunity to do something we love to do in higher education, which is create targeted programs by different demographic groups. So just a couple other details before I get to the strategy that we did deploy at Georgia State. You go to the next slide. At the same time that we were changing demographics, we were broadening our admissions criteria. Our incoming SAT scores went down by 30 points. Our state appropriations dropped by $70 million a year over the last decade. But the bottom line is Georgia State University is now graduating over 3,500 more students every year than we were at the beginning of the last decade. So that's an 83% increase overall. But even more striking, if you go to the next slide, the biggest gains we saw were from the students that were struggling the most before we began this new approach. So we're up 83% overall, but as you can see from this chart, 120% for our Black students, 170 plus for our low income students, over 200% increases in degrees conferred to our Hispanic students. And then if you go to the next slide, what happened as a result of these not only very significant gains in student success outcomes across the board, but disproportionately strong outcomes for our students from underserved backgrounds, is that our graduation rates improved. They didn't improve incrementally, they literally improved exponentially, where we doubled, and in some cases for some demographic groups, came close to tripling the graduation rates for our students. And because the rates went up disproportionately strong for our Black, our Hispanic, and our low-income students as well, Georgia State now has had 7 years in a row in which our Black, our Latinx, and our Pell students have graduated at or above the rate of the student body overall. So if you're an incoming first-year student to Georgia State this fall, your race, your ethnicity, your income level does not predict your likelihood for success. Next slide. And then also getting us some national attention, this institution that was segregated into the 1960s and still grossly underperforming, as you saw, for our students of color as recently as 15 or so years ago, now, and it's been for 6 years in a row, confers more bachelor's degrees to African American students than any other college or university in the United States. Now, more recently, if you go to the next slide, we have had the opportunity to work in the 2-year sector because, as I mentioned, the state of Georgia consolidated us with the largest 2-year college in the state, and we began to oversee 5 community college campuses and roll out some of the same interventions that we'll be talking about in just a minute. And while this work is still early, right, we haven't had the time to completely implement the changes, you can see what's happened since that consolidation, that the graduation rates, these are the 3-year graduation rates for associate degree students, have gone up astronomically by, they've basically quadrupled over the last few years when they were very, very stagnant going into it. And if you go to the next slide, what we saw at Perimeter College, this 2-year community college, is the same phenomena we saw at Georgia State, which is every student group doing much better in the student outcomes. The graduation rates for all the students increasing remarkably, but disproportionately strong gains for students from underserved backgrounds. So that within 5 years of consolidation, we were able to close the equity gaps at Perimeter College. Just to point out a detail here, when consolidation was announced by our Board of Regents in Georgia in 2015, white students were graduating from Perimeter College at 2.5 times the rate of black students. Within 5 years, both of these groups doing considerably better, many times better. But as you can see, white and black and Hispanic and Pell students all graduating at the same rate. So the question here for us, and the question I'm bringing to this group, is, what is a strategy that can lead to, over a relatively short period of time, these kind of transformative changes? If you go to the next slide. What we really began to do at Georgia State that was a game changer, and this is the foundation for the work we're currently doing with more than 80 campuses we're working with nationally, is pose the basic question, are we the problem? There is no doubt in the data nationally that if you enroll students who are stronger academically, your graduation rates will go up. If you are enrolling students who are better financed, your enrollments and graduation rates will go up. If you have more resources at your disposal, that will help you to improve enrollments and graduation rates. But the reality in Georgia, and the reality for many of our partner institutions, and the demographics nationally constrain a lot of those options. We can't just choose to get better students or better prepared students or better resourced students. And in many cases, and Georgia is one of them, the prospect of getting more appropriations is not a very good one. So what we began to do at Georgia State is really look at the issues that are within our control. If you go to the next slide, we concentrated on the big systems that impact every student every semester. And what we found, and this is really the premise for the National Institute for Student Success, the NSHE, is that institutions can be their own worst enemy. We create systems and processes and administrative structures that are designed to help students, but the data show that these structures often are the very source of student attrition, are the reason students are dropping out of our institutions. Secondly, that we now have, and this is relatively new, the diagnostic ability to really pinpoint what some of these administrative structures are and the exact or the direct impact they're having on student completion rates. And what we've begun to see is that these administrative structures disproportionately impact in a negative way students from underserved backgrounds. So not only are we accomplices in the attrition of our students, we also contribute, at least to a certain extent, to the equity gaps that most of our campuses face. Third, and most encouragingly, we also now have a series of approaches and interventions that are designed to provide more systematic, proactive, and timely support for students at scale. These are ways in which we can support our students on a day-to-day basis, oftentimes leveraging new data approaches and new technologies that didn't exist. They didn't exist a decade ago. In some cases, they didn't exist 5 years ago. We can talk about these in a minute. If you go to the next slide, what I'm talking about here are really doing an analysis of the systems, the administrative structures that touch every student, not only every semester, but in some cases every day. We're talking about the way we register students for classes, the way we track them and advise them, the way we communicate with them on a day-to-day basis, the way we package financial aid, the way we help them pick their academic majors, the way we prepare them and expose them to career. All of these structures are the areas in which Georgia State began to really focus in, understand the ways in which these structures were failing our students, and worked on systematic ways to improve them. If you go to the next slide. There's some advantages to this approach of looking at the big administrative structures that touch every student almost all the time. One is everything that the NSHE is proposing and everything we do with our partner campuses is evidence-based. We've been very aggressive about participating in randomized control trials, longitudinal studies. Many of these reports released already publicly, and many of them available on our website, but other websites as well. They've been published in a Chronicle of Higher Education, in the New York Times, Wall Street Journal, Harvard Business Review, and so forth. So these are approaches that have been shown to be effective at multiple institutions. These interventions that the NSHE purports to share with other campuses are systematic and scalable by their very design. So I am a faculty member. I believe that the role of faculty is absolutely critical to student success. But I will say, having worked on a campus for over 30 years in various faculty leadership roles, on the Senate, department chair, vice provost, and so forth, that moving the needle on faculty is oftentimes a slow process. Just to put this in context, we have 5,000 course sections at Georgia State every semester. To get a systematic change to those 5,000 course sections is a slow process. And at times, one that takes lots and lots of resources to bring about systematic change. What we've been able to concentrate on with these system changes are things like, how about we change the way we package financial aid? How about we change the way we communicate with students about how they should complete the FAFSA or how they should register for classes? Or let's provide more proactive support to students when they get off path and so forth. These are the kind of changes that can be made in a relatively short period of time and scaled across the whole student body in a short period of time. We're talking about changes, and I'll show you some evidence in the data that these changes can occur as quickly as 6 months, 9 months, we begin to see significant changes in student outcomes. All of the interventions the NSHE proposes have a positive ROI. So I understand the concern of faculty saying, oh, we don't have enough resources to teach the classes we need to teach. This is going to divert a lot of resources from our work. In point of fact, most of the NSHE recommendations are cost neutral. And more than that, if student success efforts in the systematic structures are effective, they have been shown again and again to have a positive ROI. So it's not that they're ending up costing institutions, but they're bringing in significant numbers of revenues. Just to put that in some perspective, the difference in revenues at Georgia State from 10 years ago to today, when we're graduating 3,500 more students a year, who of course 3,500 more students who, instead of dropping out and us losing their tuition and fees, are remaining enrolled at the institution, is about $80 million a year in gross revenues from tuition and fees that the university is holding on to that it used to lose. The interventions that Georgia State has put forth to generate those $80 million is probably less than a tenth of that total cost. So far from reducing or diverting resources from faculty, what it's allowed us to do is deal with some of our shortages in faculty, and some of the data we're using is to identify instances where course availability is holding up students from progression. It's faculty sensitive for reasons I'm hinting at now. It's not because faculty are unimportant, but this is not an intervention that starts with faculty, you need to do things differently. And I heard from one of your public comments the concern that this would be a grade mill, and or that there is some of the interventions might produce a grade mill. This is an attempt to have administrators at our university stand up and say, we're part of the problem. We've created these administrative systems and structures that were designed to help students, but in point of fact, they're not doing so. And we need to get our act in order, and that's the concentration and the focus of the NSHE. And maybe most importantly, these approaches have been proven to be transferable. There's nothing magic about the soil in downtown Atlanta that allowed us to make these kind of systematic changes. If you go to the next slide, prior to the pandemic, we had the opportunity to work with a number of institutions through a series of grants. This is a wide range of institutions. They're all public, but ranging from HBCUs, 2-year institutions, 4-year institutions, and so forth. And they came to us wanting to implement this suite of interventions to improve their administrative structures. Across this group over a 5-year period, we saw significant gains in degrees conferred, about a 50% increase. But if you go to the next slide, what we saw again, which we saw at Georgia State and then we saw at Perimeter College, is disproportionate improvements for students from underserved backgrounds. So even though all these approaches are not demographic specific, everything that the NSHE put forward are recommendations to get things right for all students, that when you get things right for all students, what we've seen again and again in the data is that these approaches will disproportionately benefit the students who are struggling the most currently. So while these campuses saw about a 50% increase in degrees conferred overall, they saw almost a 90% increase in degrees conferred to their Black students. And since the NSHE launched, if you go to the next slide, we've begun to see parallel sorts of outcomes. So the NSHE has been in existence for under 3 years. So the campuses that work with us go through a 6-month diagnostic and then begin to implement the recommendations coming out of that process. The first cohort we worked with was a group of 7 public institutions in Georgia, including the 3 public HBCUs in Georgia. So the first 3 schools on this particular chart are the 3 public HBCUs in Georgia. And so what's happened over the last 18 months, these campuses combined have seen almost a 9 percentage point increase in their retention rates. To put that in perspective, just last week, the National Student Clearinghouse released national data for improvements in retention rates over the past year. And across all institutions nationally, the average increase was 0.8, so less than 1% percentage point. So we are literally seeing 10 or 11 times better outcomes for these NSHE partners. If you go to the next slide, another way of understanding what's going on with the Georgia cohort is across the state of Georgia, and I'll have to look at the Nevada data to see if it parallels, we had the biggest single drop in statewide retention rates at public universities that we've ever tracked at the beginning of the pandemic. So between 2020 and 2021, we saw across all public universities in Georgia an average decline of 7 points in retention rate. But what's happened to the campuses that the NSHE work with is they began to pull out of that that drop more quickly than the other public universities in Georgia. And a year in, once they had the opportunity to begin to implement and scale the recommendations, you can see what happened here is they've not only exceeded the other public universities in Georgia, they're now performing at levels higher than they were prior to the pandemic. And if you go to the next slide, one last observation about this cohort of schools in Georgia, just to replicate exactly this pattern we've now seen 3 other times in my comments this afternoon, that all the students are doing better. So white students across these 7 institutions are being retained at rates almost 5 points better than they were a year and a half ago or so, which is well above the national average. But look what happened with the Black and the Hispanic students. While the white students have improved by about 5 points, Black students up by 11 points, Hispanic students by 13 points. So the last thing I want to talk about before we open this up for a larger a conversation and for your questions is, if you go to the next slide, what does this process look like that we share with our clients? And all our clients initially go through a process we call the NSHE Diagnostic and Playbook. It's a 6-month process to both understand what's happening on each campus with regard to its administrative structures, and then offer a set of very concrete and detailed recommendations. If you go to the next slide, what we're doing during this 6-month process is looking at really 6 different data sets. We look at about 20 years of IPEDS data. These are the federally reported data on graduation, enrollment, retention by different demographic groups, by race, ethnicity, Pell status, and so forth. We layer upon that a questionnaire that we deliver to each campus to get a better understanding of their operations. So what is your staffing like? What kind of systems do you use? Do you have technologies in place already? How are they working? Who's in charge of them, and so forth? We get a sense from that. We then conduct a campus stakeholder survey. For the faculty who are listening, I will say that typically half of those who complete the campus stakeholder survey or thereabouts are faculty members, chairs, associate deans, others who have faculty titles, but this is completely up to each campus. What we want to do is get an on-the-ground understanding from the people who are critical to the student success efforts on each campus, what they see as working and what's not. And so we ask them a series of questions about, yes, these are same administrative structures. How is advising working? What are the problems with registration? Are courses available that need to be available? Are there bottlenecks with courses with high DFW rates and so forth? We get that on the ground perspective, and then we conduct 90-minute interviews with many of those who complete the stakeholder survey. And then we supplement these data with additional data from the campus. We'll be asking each of the partner campuses we work with for their information about from student surveys, from DFW rates, from course scheduling issues, and fill rates and so forth. And then we have contracts with two other national data organizations, the National Student Clearinghouse, which for those of you who don't know, is a nonprofit that is able to track students as they move from one institution to another. So we can see if students are transferring out of your institutions, where they end up, and whether they end up successfully completing degrees, even if they don't complete the degree at the home institution. Stepping Blocks is a national company that is giving us better insights into the career outcomes for students. They do data scraping of publicly accessible websites like LinkedIn to find the graduates from different institutions and give us a snapshot of where are these graduates, what kind of jobs do they have, what organizations are they working for, what title, and so forth. And we pull all this data together in conjunction with each campus. We're meeting with them on a weekly basis to make sense of the data and to try to come up with insights. If you look at the next slide, the goal here is to present these data in a final document. Typically, it's in the range of 50 to 60 pages, which is useful for each campus to gain better insights into what's actually occurring. If you go to the next slide, I'll give you just a couple quick examples. What we're trying to do is highlight insights that will drive action on the campuses in question. This was an actual school we were working with, actually in one of your neighboring states. And they were very proud, and they should be, of the fact that they have made considerable strides in enrolling more Hispanic students. They're up 83% in Hispanic enrollments over, basically the last decade. But what we wanted to juxtapose with that is a reality that currently their Hispanic students are graduating at rates about 20 percentage points lower than the population overall and than white students. And, clearly that's not an acceptable pattern long-term, or certainly will not produce a long-term success for the institution. If you go to the next slide. The same institution, we were able to benchmark against other institutions. So while they saw, and they should see, their retention rates as positive, the reality is their retention rates are currently lagging those of four-year public institutions nationally, as are their graduation rates. So to put in perspective where this particular campus stands, and we can benchmark against any set of schools that the campus or that NSHE would prefer. Next slide. This is another campus from the western states where we looked at the performance of their students who are on Pell. About a quarter of their students are on Pell currently, and they're performing at rates considerably lower than the student body overall, about 13 percentage points lower in their graduation rates. If all this campus were to do is close this one gap, so bring the Pell students up to the rate of the student body overall, that would raise the institutional graduation rate by a full 3 percentage points. And then if you look at the next slide, this is the second campus that we're talking about as well. There's a lot of small print on the bottom of the page because they had very specific requests about who they wanted to be benchmarked against. So they had a specific group of aspirational schools and then peers. And so we looked at, how do you stand in your retention rates? And we have other slides for their graduation rates and so forth to give them a realistic sense of where they stand. All of this is designed to begin to present a empirical and quantitative picture of what's going on. But if you go to the next slide, we're also looking at qualitative data. So I mentioned that we're surveying and interviewing people. And so we get a lot of insights from the practitioners, the faculty and staff on the ground who are doing this work and who know what's working and what's not. And we compile this data and present it to the leadership by contract. One of our last deliverables for each campus in the diagnostic and playbook process is a 90-minute presentation to the president and cabinet. So they get to, they may hear filtered views about what's working and what's not working on a day-to-day basis, but this is anonymized data from the people in the know, and oftentimes it's quite eye-opening. In this case, this is a campus that we asked, how well coordinated is your academic advising? And the reality is a very, very small percentage of people think that it's coordinated very well at all, and 0% of the respondents thought it was coordinated at a high level. We integrate comments and details and so forth And this is all part of what ultimately leads to, if you go to the next slide, a set of focused recommendations. So this is just one example. It's just thrown out there as an instance where this campus received an advising recommendation. It's a recommendation about improving training and coordination between advising, in this case, both professional and faculty advisors. Whenever you see the light blue text, we have created a series of digital courses. So if the campus is interested in even more detail, they can hit on any of those links and get to a much more detailed version of some of the steps that can be taken. Go to the next slide. So the other main service that we offer, and I'll say about half of the campuses that go through the diagnostic and playbook choose to continue with us to extend the partnership for a minimum of 1 additional year, but in some cases it's for 3 years, and it's implementation support. Go to the next slide. So what we do here is work with the campus, often through a site visit. So we're on the ground, working with campus teams that they constitute. They pull together who should be part of the team to work on a plan for actually implementing some of these changes. Again, focusing on these administrative and systematic issues that touch students every semester. So we develop, if you go to the next slide, a detailed plan that really goes month by month through what should be accomplished, what are the milestones that we're trying to achieve, what are some of the metrics we'll be tracking, and so forth throughout this period. Next slide. And all told, what the implementation stage includes is us meeting with campuses on a regular basis. Our NSHE professional staff, and I've got a team of 40 people who work full-time for the NSHE, work with each project team on a regular basis. We've developed asynchronous modules, so teams on the campus can, over the course of a month, go through a series of online exercises and have meetings and collect data and so forth. We host live webinars and workshops. We have a network of subject matter experts we connect our campus practitioners with. These are people who've already done successfully the work on their own campuses. So if a financial aid director on one of your campuses is unsure how to proceed, we can connect them with a financial aid director that's already done this work. And there's cohort learning and convenings. I'll say in the case of a number of the campuses that are part of a state cohort, as may be the prospect with NSHE, we've done convenings at the state level and oftentimes presented collective or aggregated findings. Daniel can report on a version of this we did for the Kansas Board of Regents a couple years ago. So this is I think near the end of what I have to present. I think the last slide will just be giving you some contact information and so forth. I will say that we are a nonprofit. All our work and charges are subsidized by philanthropy. We have currently a waiting list for our services. So I'm not here to pitch something to you as much as to answer questions and explain an approach that we think has been highly effective in a number of instances. Daniel, I don't know if you know this, but the Kansas schools we work with, they've seen an average increase in retention rates across that cohort of 5 percentage points since the engagement. It is perhaps testimony to whether this is a very high cost intervention, as was one suggestion, because I know in the case of the Georgia institutions, they didn't have a lot of additional resources, and their retention rates are up over 8 points. And I suspect, Daniel, that in the case of Kansas, there wasn't a lot of additional resources that flowed to the campuses, and they're averaging 5 percentage point increase, again, many times above the national average. So thanks very much for your attention, and I'm happy to open it up for your questions.
Thank you, Dr. Rennick. It looks like Regent Boylan has a question.
Yes, Chair. Thank you so much. Thanks for your presentation, sir. Lots of information there. I really love your phrase, accomplices to the attrition rate of students. I couldn't agree with you anymore. Yes, we are accomplices, and this presentation itself shows us how much. On your slide number 8, you mentioned something there about how you have decreased or, decreased the requirements for the rate of entry into your college there. Am I getting that right? What was that you said you have
Yes,
decreased?
over the last decade, we haven't made more rigorous our admissions requirements. We broadened them to admit more students. The reality is in Georgia, we were facing a state challenge because the University of Georgia and Georgia Tech had gotten so selective that it was leaving a lot of students out of the ability to go to a comprehensive university. So the state of Georgia asked us over a decade ago to broaden our admissions criteria. And as a result, our SAT scores have gone down by about 30 points. At the same time, our graduation rates were going up by 70%.
Thank you. But so you do agree that you, like you say, broadened
Absolutely.
the
Yes, sir.
requirement. To me, that means you lessened the rates. You lowered the bar so more people could come in, and we could be politically correct and say we are a minority serving institute. Yes, we are accomplices in the attrition rates, because when you get in people who are not ready for higher education, in fact, most of them don't speak the lingua franca or understand education, and we have to give them extra classes to even speak English. So all this data, all this information just tells me that yes, we are accomplices in it. And is it all about getting more money? Is it all about getting more students and pleasing the government? I heard you say talk about billions of dollars. Why isn't it about we have raised the requirements? We are getting out more students that are more adept at getting jobs. In the end, you mentioned an organization that's looking at LinkedIn and blah, 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 that tells us what kind of jobs and where they got. That should be the first thing. Lowering rates. What kind of jobs did these people get after that? Now, on your slide 18, so yes, we are, that was my point, we are accomplices in this, whether it's for political reasons or for monetary reasons, we are accomplices. And this is a workshop so we can discuss this. And I don't think anyone can tell me, oh, that's not part of the topic and shut up, Regent Boylan, because I won't, because this is a workshop. Now, on your slide 18, is that a typical picture of your students? Is that a general, that's the students of your school? That picture make up a group, the general, is that what you're trying to show us?
Yeah, what I was trying to show you, these would be on slides, 5
Slide 18.
5 and 6. 18, no. 18 are
from 8 to
other campuses we've worked with. 5 and 6 would be the ones that show the breakdown of the campuses, of the students who enroll at Georgia State. Slide 18 was showing some of the other schools nationally that have adopted the same approach and some of the outcomes that they've achieved.
Okay, but look at slide 18. There's a picture there of a group of students from a college, an institute, yours, others. Is this from your institute? When you declined, when you lowered the standard rates and got more minority serving minority people in there, is this the picture from there? Does this represent your school?
I'm sorry, because I think your numbers must be different than the ones I'm looking at. So you might have a different numeral. If somebody who's running the meeting can pull up slide 18, I'll be happy to answer your question. But I'm looking at slide 18 and it doesn't seem to fit your description.
Okay, let me tell you what's in there. It says evidence-based, systematic, and scalable, positive ROI, et cetera, et cetera.
That slide.
And on the left side, there's a picture of the student body.
Yeah, but
right?
Perimeter, these are students at Perimeter College, our 2-year institution, and it's 90% African-American. The campus that this picture was taken at is a specific campus that is well over 90% African-American.
Okay, thank you. And so since then, let me say it like this. NSHE, Nevada, we are at the lowest. We are at the lowest level of students and reaching anywhere. We have two, I know, institutions that are, I forget the term right now, but the rest of it, we are at the lowest level of everything. And we are very proud of minority serving institutes. But I'd like to know what kind of jobs these minority serving institutes students are getting when we have lowered the rates for our entry students. So I really like your statement that we are accomplices to the attrition rate. So when we say this, we are accomplices, do we just keep on, missing the big elephant in the room and say, well, we've really jumped into the political sphere of race and ethnicity and blah, blah, blah. Can we look at that and say how many of our students are qualified?
Yeah, I'm happy to speak to that. I will say that some of the data about job outcomes are less universally established as far as what definitions we're talking about than with regard to graduation, retention, and so forth. So that's one of the reasons I focused on those metrics. But I'm happy to say that Georgia State is one of the top institutions in the country, according to Harvard Climb and the work of Raj Chetty, according to the Brookings Institution, according to U.S. News and World Report, when it comes to social mobility. So the average salary of Georgia State graduates is not as high as the average salary of Georgia Tech graduates. But Georgia Tech students are entering from much stronger financial footing. Their families are much better financially situated as the students enroll. What Georgia State is exceptional at, and in the top 1% to 2% nationally, is in taking students from low-income backgrounds and moving them into the upper half of Americans by annual household income within 10 years after graduation. So that is one marker for how successful these students are. They are not coming from low-income first-generation backgrounds. They're not succeeding at the same rate as Emory students or Georgia Tech students, but they are moving from the bottom quintile of Americans by annual household income to the upper half within 10 years of graduating at rates far exceeding that of any other institution in the country or any but a small group of other institutions in the country.
Thank you. That makes a lot of sense to me. And it was Research Institute is what I was trying to say. But I thank you. Your presentation has been great. And I'm going to steal your words, accomplices to the attrition of the students being successful and this country being successful. Thank you so much, sir. You took a lot of time.
Thank you, sir. I appreciate your comments.
Thank you. I have a question from President Hilgerson.
Thank you, ma'am.
Hi, President Hilgerson. For the record, I think I have a couple of questions embedded into a statement. So at Truckee Meadows Community College, we are a Hispanic serving institution and a minority serving institution. And according to the U.S. Department of Ed College Scorecard, our graduation rates are 41%. The graduation rate of Perimeter, the college that you just learned about, according to the same data source, is 16%. So the first thing I need to say is that we are not the lowest in Nevada. In fact, several of us sitting at this table are doing quite well nationally, including TMCC. So that's the first thing. And I think one of the reasons is some of the questions that you heard that would be asked by NISS are being asked by many of the administrators, the faculty leaders, and even the classified staff at our colleges and universities in the state of Nevada. So although, of course, I'm always open and I appreciate the help from an outside consultant, but I take a lot of pride, and so does my team, in cultivating success through the years. And that's why our completion rates are much, much higher than those you just learned about today. Thanks.
Thank you. Regent Del Carlo.
Thank you, Chair Carvalho. And Dr. Rennig, thank you again for coming. I know you came out in person in 2018, and that was also great information. And what I see here is you've really done two fabulous things. You've identified students, you've closed the achievement gap, I mean, huge, by drilling down to where the root causes are and fixing those. And then in turn, what you've really done, we're all about budgets. I mean, everybody talks about budgets, how much state funding you get, what the cost of tuition is. But by identifying all these students that have left your system, you said it was $80 million by keeping these kids in school. You're not only making money and helping your bottom line, which is, I mean, you know, education's not free. There's a cost to it. So that's a remarkable figure. And also, what you're doing is taking these minority serving students and putting them where we all want to be, closing that achievement gap. I see those students now getting good jobs. They get on the tax rolls, and don't we want people to be paying taxes so they can contribute to society? So I think what you've done is remarkable. And the fact that you did it in a short period of time says a lot about it. So one of my questions is, are you doing this at individual institutions, or have you done this process with an entire system? Like, we have 7 teaching institutions, 4 of them are community colleges, a state university, and 2 are one. So do you have any systems, or are you just going, like, if TMCC were to call you to come in and intervene, you would work one-on-one with them? Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for your question. We do both, in fact. But as far as systems are concerned, we've worked with the Kansas Board of Regents across all of their 4-year campuses. We're currently working with the Texas Higher Ed Coordinating Board. We launched one cohort with Texas about 2 years ago, and they've been pleased with the results. And we're launching, or talking about launching this fall or early 2025, a second cohort with Texas. We're working with the CUNY system in New York City, the SUNY system in New York State. With SUNY, we're working with about 14 of their campuses. We're also working with both the community college and the 4-year system in the state of Maine. We'll be launching with them this fall, with New Hampshire and Massachusetts to follow. So we have worked with a number of state systems. One of the advantages of working with the entire system, our approach is still to customize our analysis and our recommendations for each campus. And to the response to the president who just made comments, congratulations on all the good work you're doing. This is not a competition in any way. And I don't mean to present at all that Georgia State University or Perimeter College are the highest performing institutions. In point of fact, we've worked in recent years at the NSHE with a number of flagships where their graduation rates are 80%. But the bottom line is the same. What we're trying to do is figure out ways to move the needle in a positive way. And if we can do this by evidence-based approaches and do it systematically, there are ways in which even flagships with 80% graduation rates can improve their standing, and certainly other campuses can as well. But by working with entire state systems, what we're able to do is, in addition to that individualized and customized work, aggregate what we're seeing across the system for some larger insights. I'll say, so I don't reveal any state secrets beyond my home state, in the case of Georgia, we've looked at some of the ways in which the state scholarship program is working in undesirable ways as far as retention is concerned. It's very good in some ways, but it's also leading to the loss of students who otherwise might be graduating because of some of its design. And we've been able, and I presented in front of the Georgia Board of Regents, the findings after working with this first 7 schools back in February, pointing out to them, hey, here's some of the problems that are occurring. And the chancellor of the system and others in the system are now working on, are there some policy changes in need-based aid and so forth that can be made to address some of these issues. So there's advantages to working with each campus in a customized way, and that's the starting premise for what the NSHE does. But there are also some real benefits to looking at the state system more broadly, and sometimes that reveals trends that you wouldn't see just by looking at an individual campus.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next, I'll go to Reno.
Thank you. Pardon? I am Ginger Doe. I am the Faculty Senate Chair for Chuckie Meadows Community College. And first, I'd like to say thank you very much for your presentation. You've had very impressive results related to this. I will also say that as a faculty member, one of the things that we're always going to be concerned about would be the cost of this, as opposed to where funds could be diverted in other areas. and what the cost per year would be if we were talking about NSHE as a system-wide to work with, or working with the individual campuses? As you mentioned, you have done both.
Yeah, and so the focus, thank you for your question. The focus is not on resources and bringing in new resources. Our focus with our recommendations is trying to make better use of the resources already in place. So many of the campuses we work with, including the Georgia schools that I was using to give you some examples of some recent improvements in retention rates, did not have an influx of resources. There was no appropriation at the state level to facilitate. It was looking at better ways to coordinate what is already being done. For just as an example, one of the exercises we've worked with a number of our campuses is in the communication space. We run a design exercise to look at the communications that go to incoming first-time students at each of our partner campuses. We found in a number of instances, in fact, almost all instances, that these communications, mostly via email, are going out in a very uncoordinated fashion. We've had campuses sending between 400 and 700 emails over the course of the summer for their incoming first-time fall students. So how do you better serve incoming students and communicate with them more clearly? Not necessarily through buying something new or hiring a lot of new people, but recognizing that this process needs to be coordinated. Somebody needs to pay attention to what students are getting, what messages, are they being vetted, rather than allowing each office to act as a free agent. Can you begin to have cross-unit communications that overcome some of the silos and so forth? And what we've been able to show, and we've got RCTs out there to show some of the impacts, is that when the students get communicated to in a way that's accessible and clear, it can greatly improve students completing the FAFSA, students satisfying verification requests and submitting those documents, students meeting deadlines for registration and deposits and so forth. So again, that's not an instance of, oh, we need a lot more money to do something different. It's an instance of we need to have a plan for coordinating these efforts in a more structured fashion. So the vast majority of campuses that I shared some of the outcomes for, it was not because of a budget outlay and a cost according to it. We've never produced a playbook for any campus that has a price tag attached to it. The vast majority of recommendations are cost neutral and are designed to help the campus use their resources that they existingly have in a better way. The reality is most of the campuses we work with, over 40% are minority serving institutions, about 25% are HBCUs. It's a non-starter if we go to these campuses and say, Albany State University, Fort Valley State University, what we need you to find is $1 million, $2 million, whatever, to do things in a new fashion. And that hasn't been the approach of the NSHE.
To follow it on.
Thank you. Did you have a follow-up question?
Yes, please. My question may not have come across very clearly. I had heard you mention that most of your findings were cost neutral, but there's a cost for your service. And so my question is more about the cost for your service if you were working with individual institutions or if you were working with NSHE as a system. Because while we may not have to bring in a lot of new people, right, just using our resources in a different way, there would still be a cost outlay for your work.
Okay, thank you. I did not understand that part of the question. Yeah, we're subsidized greatly by philanthropy and we're a nonprofit. We do charge per campus, but one thing I'd have to understand, and maybe somebody on the call knows, of the 7 institutions, how many of them are HSIs or minority serving institutions more broadly? Does anybody know the answer?
Renee Davis, Associate Vice Chancellor for Academic and Student Affairs. We have 5 that are HSI, MSI, and we have 3 that are ANAPESI.
And are there any that are neither HSI, MSI, or ANAPESI? Because ANAPESI qualifies as an MSI.
Yep. We do have 2 that are emerging HSI, but they're not currently.
Yeah, sorry to probe into those details, but the reality is we've got philanthropic resources to support campuses that qualify as MSIs. We have some national funders that are particularly committed to moving the needle on graduation rates for minoritized low-income populations. And so the cost would likely be, although we'd have to talk about the details, nothing for the 5 that are HSIs. For the other 2, for the diagnostic and playbook, it would be $60,000. So we'd be talking about, to send all 7 schools through the diagnostic and playbook, $120,000.
Madam Chair.
Thank you. Next, I'm going to go to President Pollard, and then I'll go to you, Regent Boylan.
Thank you, ma'am.
Good afternoon. Darian Pollard, for the record, President, Nevada State University. Dr. Rennick, first of all, I just want to say thank you for your presentation. I've had the pleasure of observing your work for many years. Prior to being in Nevada, I was in Maryland, and we were huge fans of the efforts that I believe that you were raising, particularly around consciousness about how institutions show up in this space. So I want to go back to something, because I have to say I started getting in my feelings a little bit because I thought what I heard you say is that this system is about institutions getting out of the way of students versus institutions lowering standards to encourage participation in higher education. So what I think I heard you say, to be very clear, is that the toolkit that you are asking institutions to engage in and to look at does several things. It asks institutions to improve their systems. It asks institutions to remove unnecessary barriers that inhibit participation. You're asking institutions to challenge assumptions about who can and cannot be successful in higher education. You've asked institutions to broaden participation, not again by lowering standards, but challenging themselves about who should get to participate in higher education. You do this by asking institutions to acknowledge historic barriers that have prohibited students from being in those spaces. And you've also done it, I think, without assigning blame as to who is not there. So in my mind, am I correct in assuming that this is not about asking institutions to change who they serve? It's not asking institutions to admit students who should not participate in higher education, but rather it's asking institutions to say, are you student ready, versus asking students to say, are you college ready? There is an inherent assumption in that framework that has me very uncomfortable if that is indeed what is being asserted that you are doing. That is not what I'm hearing as a result of having seen your work. And to be very clear, you all have participated with institutions that are open access, as we have many community colleges across this institution, institutions that are access-driven, such as the Nevada State University, and other institutions that recognize that our job is to meet students where they are versus placing barriers in there that inhibit their ability to be successful. So I'd love to give you an opportunity to respond, and perhaps I'm incorrect in what I'm hearing you, but I don't believe I am. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks, President Pollard. I appreciate that very much. And I think you're 95% spot on. There's just one point I want to qualify. But yeah, the only reason I introduced the point, and I didn't even have a slide to show it, that our SAT scores have been going down, is because some of the skepticism I sometimes receive when I show graduation rates that have greatly improved is, oh, you must have gotten a lot more selective, and it's all about the academic preparation of the students coming in. And that's definitely not the case in Georgia State. But there's nothing about the formula that the NSHE is promoting that says this is about broadening admissions criteria whatsoever, nor does anything that we say advocate for changing admissions policy one way or another. And not only are we working with a lot of access institutions, we're working with a number of highly selective institutions, including state flagships, and they're moving the needle on their success rates for their highly selective students. So I think you're exactly right to divert attention away from that. Nothing I meant to say about the NSHE approach should be assumed to say that somehow we're advocating for a change in demographics. What I was trying to explain is we were handed a set of demographic realities at Georgia State, and they were in many ways not negotiable. We were going to be enrolling students who were very different from the students who enrolled at Georgia State 20 years ago, and we needed to change in order to adapt for that. The only qualification I'll offer on what you said, President Pollard, is that you mentioned our role, what the NSHE is saying is our role is to get out of the way. That's true in a kind of a general sense, but really what we're talking about is recognizing a shift in mentality that needs to occur. Because all of our institutions are, not because of admissions changes in every case, we're enrolling a lot more low-income first-generation students because those are the populations we're serving now. We need to change our outlook. It used to be that student support services were available if a student self-diagnosed their own problem, navigated the campus to find some place to help, and then reached out and received that help by their own initiative. That is a losing formula given the students we enroll. 80% of Georgia State students are working. To expect them to have the bandwidth to diagnose their own problems, then figure out what office on campus offers support, and then be there on a Tuesday afternoon at 3 o'clock when that particular service or tutoring and so forth is provided, is not a successful formula. What we're trying to do at the NSHE is flip the script and get campuses to recognize that it's their responsibility to identify which students are on track and which students are off track. A few years ago, that was impossible, but now we have the data ability to track students every day. We're tracking at Georgia State every student every day for 800 different risk factors. It's our responsibility to identify when a student is off track and reach out to them to try to offer help. It is still the student's responsibility to receive and take that help. But what we're doing is not merely getting out of the way, although I think that's valid in some instances, but actually saying, no, we're inviting these students to our campus with a promise of a brighter future. We're charging these students considerable amounts, and in many cases, they're going into debt. We owe them to be giving them a clear plan for success. We're tracking how they're progressing as far as that plan is concerned. And when a student gets off path, we are responsible as institutions.
So perhaps I
reaching out
should have used your language. Are we the problem? Because I think what I see you doing and recognizing is that historically higher education was not designed for the students that we serve now. It was designed for a set of students who oftentimes came from highly privileged backgrounds, who didn't work, families put them through school. They did not have to navigate some of the trials that our students have to navigate now. And as a result of that, institutions have to stop worshiping the students we used to have and the students we wish we had versus serving the students that we have now and the ones we will have in the future. That's what I think higher education has to grapple with and to create those pathways to help those students be navigable in the system. So thank you. Maybe I was too broad in my language, but I was playing off of the one you had. Are we the problem? The we being higher education.
I agree with that 100%. So thank you.
Thank you. I'll go back to Regent Boylan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Appreciate it. Excuse me. Through you to Chancellor Charlton, if she is there. Is she present?
Yes,
I can't tell from you.
Yes, Regent Boylan, I am here.
Outstanding. Outstanding. Thank you so much. I have 3 questions. One is, how much did this cost us? My favorite question, I forgot it today, but that's my first question. How much did this cost us?
For the record, Patty Charlton, Interim Chancellor, this did not cost us anything to have this presentation today.
Outstanding. Second question. Like the 2 professors said from up north in Reno, don't we have the personnel, the brains, and the people to get us this information? And if not, why not? Why do we not have the people who could give us this information?
Certainly.
Yeah, well, what I'll say there.
Dr. Rennick, if you don't mind. So for the record, Patty Charlton, Interim Chancellor. So first, Regent Boylan, apologies. The goal for our workshop is to present opportunities as we get into our strategic planning conversation regarding, getting us thinking and looking at some best practices and what some other institutions and entities are doing. I think we've heard from a couple of our presidents some of the great work that they're doing as well are already that are in place. So this is to expand our horizons on some of the different challenges. We know that across the system we do have barriers that students are experiencing, and so we wanted to have this dialogue and to get us thinking in that lane about student success. I really appreciate the comment that was made, especially as it pertained to some of our working students that have to self-diagnose what their challenges might be, and to be able to locate the services across the campus. We don't want to lose any student that comes into higher education that intends to be successful, and we know that we have a large proportion of part-time students, particularly at our community colleges, but I would also say even at some of the universities with a large part-time ratio. So we want to make sure that every student that walks in, takes a class, has that opportunity to be successful. And so leveraging on national best practices and learning from one another, I think is a great opportunity for us. So that's why we brought this presentation together, because the next agenda item today is going to be for us to think and discuss the strategic plan, those goals, the vision of the board, but also to hear from our presidents about the great work and the challenges that they have to set meaningful goals that make sense, to also recognize the individual uniqueness of each of our campuses. And so I'm really looking forward to that conversation with each of our presidents, with you, and to set us forward so that we can have a comprehensive strategic plan that guides the work of the system, that guides the work of our institutions, that aligns our priorities. And as you have all heard over the last year or more, to also make sure that even as our institutions are asked to measure certain things in metrics presentation, that it means something to them, that it is meaningful and it is purposeful and it is strategic for everyone. And I think that's why I'm really excited about our conversations today. And it was good to hear the best practices from the National Institute.
Thank you. That was, you just answered my third question, and I really appreciate that when people can read my mind ahead of time so I don't have to phrase my question. Thank you. That's a great thing, because I was going to ask, how are we going to use this? Because I've, in the few, the wee bit of time I've spent on this board, I've seen a lot of expensive guys come and go, and they give us information it's never used. But I like this one, especially because it's free and taxpayers didn't pay for it. And now you've said that's how we are going to use it. I really appreciate it. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. I'm going to go to Regent Cruz Crawford and then to Regent Perkins.
Thank you, Chair. Regent Cruz Crawford, for the record. First of all, I would, as the IDEA Chair, I would like to share that I love this process. I appreciate going through this process, especially as a principal of a majority minority school. I have learned that this is what we do all the time. We find where our student is, we wrap them around with resources. To be clear, a lot of the barriers have to do with financial time constraints and counseling. So I really appreciate that we're doing this at the higher ed level so that we can support our students. Dr. Rednick, I have a question in regard to, and I didn't see in the presentation, I don't know if I missed it, in regards to staffing and diversity staffing and retention of diverse staff. Is there any information that you track on what impact that has on graduation rates?
Thank you, Regent Cruz Crawford. The simple answer is no, that we're not currently tracking staff retention rates for our partner campuses. It's not that that's impossible to think about doing going forward, but currently we are not tracking that. I will say that what we've seen at Georgia State and some of our other partner institutions is one motivating factor for retaining staff. We often talk about salary levels, which obviously is important, but is making staff understand that they're making a difference, that they are actually helping the students that they came to serve when they, whether faculty or professional staff, came to our institutions. And so I will say seeing these kind of transformative results can have a positive retention impact. We've certainly seen that at Georgia State, but no, we have not been tracking it for our partner campuses thus far.
Thank you so much. So I've been doing research. I actually got my doctorate studying the K through 12 ethnic matching of teachers, race matching of teachers, and we found that it improved the proficiency rates. So that's always something that, I'm very interested, especially as the chair of our IDEA or DI committee. So I'd love some information on that if we do end up hiring as a consultant. Thank you.
Thank you. Regent Perkins.
Thank you, Madam Chair. As just a few comments, what stood out to me is the comparisons of the graduation rates. Even though 54% for the white students, 57% for African American, but when you started implementing these changes, everybody rose up. And so I think that's something that we really need to pay attention to. It's not just helping the minority students, it's helping all students, which is, what we're supposed to be about, is making sure all students are successful. The other thing is more retention equals more students equals more income. And we all know that we only have two sources of income for our publicly run institutions, from the state legislature or from our students. So if we can retain more students, it seems like that is a natural, that's low-hanging fruit. Keep the students in, we get more income, we can break even or break even and then not have to cut services that are being offered or not have to cut classes or courses. The last thing is I concur about improvement. We can always improve our graduation rates. I mean, when we say 54% graduation rate, that's still a D, folks. So that's still a D. So there's always room for improvement. And yes, it's something to be proud of that we are beating the national statistics, but I want to beat all statistics. I want our graduation rates to be something that other places come to us and say, wow, what are they doing in that state of Nevada that's making their students, be so successful? So I want to be like the flagship rather than in the middle of the pack. So that's my comments, and I really appreciate your presentation. I remember this from 2018. I don't think we got to, I think one of the things that we tried to implement was the counseling ratio. I think that was one of the things we chose to focus in on, and I don't know, I guess that's a question for the next item on the agenda. But thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Vice Chair Downs.
Thank you, Chair Carvalho. For Dr. Rennick, I had a couple of questions about the process that you work with the schools for. One question's been bugging me, and I didn't know if this is too into the weeds for what your program does, but does it help with the enrollment processes for students and help them to overcome some of those barriers? And I'll say specifically, we use PeopleSoft, and that's often a challenge for students to master how to enroll in that program, through that program. And so does your consultation help schools to build a better way of using that? And does it also go to the point of sharing information between institutions on the same instance of PeopleSoft?
Great question. The NSHE is agnostic with regard to technology. So we recognize every partner, no matter their resource level, is using a series of technologies. What we work with the campuses to do is help them maximize the impacts of the technologies they already have at hand. So yes, we've worked with banner schools, we've worked with PeopleSoft schools, we work with schools in advising that have EAB and Civitas and Starfish and so forth. The question is not what technology, but how you coordinate, overcome silos, and implement a culture where these technologies can be used effectively. And I think you're exactly right that one of the advantages of working at the state level is bringing together cohorts of institutions, oftentimes that are in similar policy contexts, but often have the same technologies at hand as well, and having them share insights with each other. So that's one of the reasons that part of our model is to connect practitioner to practitioner, to take, we don't really see ourselves as consultants from a professional perspective, because everybody at the NSHE are people who, like myself, have spent a lot of our career actually doing this work on a day-to-day basis.
Thank you, I appreciate that. And I do have a question for any of the institutional presidents here, that what elements do you, and I applaud President Hilgersum and Team CC's efforts. Are there any elements that you've identified from this presentation that you're already implementing with, for student success within your institution?
I'll jump into the fray here. And Tim, we know each other from a long time back when I was at Wayne State University, competing for APLU competition awards. We hated Georgia State with a passion. And it's partly because of something to answer your question, Regent Downs, which is that we've been working on trying to change the culture. A lot of what Tim is talking about, I'm sorry, being familiar, is really trying to change the culture. Someone asked about, do we have the people actually to do it? Yeah, we have the people to do it, but if you've got an institution that's been moving in a particular direction, people are trained, people think, offices work in certain sorts of ways, and so to make some of this improvement, it's a change in culture. It is a change in expectation. That's a lot of what Tim said, of saying, it's this back and forth about institutional readiness versus, student readiness. Both have to be there. Don't be fooled that if students aren't ready, it's not going to matter whether the institution's ready. But the institutions actually have to be ready. That's one of the things at UNLV that we're trying to do, is to try to make sure that we really promote a student success culture. And so we're doing it in a couple of different ways. It is the financial piece, which Tim touched on, and he could have gone way deep on how Georgia State, before they became that integrated piece of it, that they did things that almost everybody is following, like emergency loans, to make sure that through philanthropy, what you're trying to do is to actually say, let's not build a bunch of buildings, let's see if we can build scholarships that can be able to help students. Because one of the huge issues, and it's just amorphous, is financial. It's not even necessarily the preparedness. But if all of those things aren't kind of lined up, and if the culture of the institution isn't one that thinks every student that walks through this door, we want to get them out in less than 6 years. And I love my institution with all my heart, but I know that there are people that doubt that. If you doubt that, you're already starting behind the 8 ball. And so some of this is cultural. I can think of a bunch of other things to do, but I will make sure I leave some time for my colleagues, because as like Tim, as a faculty member, I can lecture at you. But I would just add that, I would just say that that is one of the biggest things, is trying to change the culture. Not only the culture too within our institution, but the pipeline between K through 12 into our institution. And to say what is expected, what is going to be systems that are going to be there to help students as they matriculate, and the expectations that they can succeed. Thank you.
Darian Pollard for the record. Thank you, Regent Downs, for the questions. I think it really gives us an opportunity to understand or process what was really being relayed in this presentation. For me, as I look on slide 15, where they actually talk about the system of redesigning student support services, this, I think, is inherent area that we're seeing much work on at Nevada State University in particular. And not too long ago, I had an opportunity to go speak to a group of deans of engineering and talk about an English professor being out of space. But I will tell you what became important in that conversation. I found out that there was a school of engineering, or a thought of industrial engineering, that I never knew anything about. And I'm thoroughly convinced that had I actually gone into engineering school, that would have been the place I would have been in, because it talks a lot about systems. And I think that is what I take away from this. When I look at the work that we're doing on how we onboard students into the organization, from the moment they make contact as an organization, how have we align that and make sure that we're able to talk about all the various points that they come into the organization, how they experience that through first-year supports, what things exist and don't exist in that space. Guided pathways is one that many of us have been spending, and we're actually, our new provost is spending a lot of time looking at how we deliver that in terms of our schedule. The most basic, a student, if they want to graduate in 4 or 5 years from our institution, and they need a certain set of courses for graduation, and we only offer it every 3 years, that's highly problematic. Are we student ready in that space? Career readiness, doing that not just in the last semester, but starting conversations around career readiness from the moment they walk into the door, doing orientation programming. We're doing that work as well. We all talked about, Regent Perkins talked about the advising area that you all have done. Financial literacy and competence in that space, particularly as we look at the fiasco that's happened with the FAFSA this year. We've had to think deeply with our students about how we put in safeguards for them and also look at our timelines and adjust accordingly. So for us, this issue of integration, I think President Whitfield used, alignment is important, and for us, responsiveness. Remembering that these systems were not designed for the students that we serve right now. They were designed for a set of students who oftentimes had families who could support them, who understood how to navigate a system, and had resources that we simply don't have right now. I will also maybe contradict one point that's been stated earlier. Some of this will require additional talent. We are underserved in terms of public support, in terms of dollars. I speak for my own institution. We have tremendous gaps in that space. So there will be an opportunity, but what data can be used to help make the case that we may need more tenure-track faculty at Nevada State University, that we will need more advisors, that we'll have to have more generalists who look at certain types of experiences. I have one employee who's responsible for orientation of all students. That's a problem, right? So thank you.
Thank you. President Hilgerson.
Well, first of all, I probably should have began my preliminary remarks with a thank you, because one of the things I do appreciate about your presentation is the emphasis on minority serving institutions. And I know that at TMCC, that's an area, since we recently became designated as a minority serving institution, I believe December of 2023, we know we have a lot of work to do, and we're going to really dive into that. And any help that we get is deeply appreciated. So thank you for that. It looks like there's a lot of success that we could emulate, and I appreciate where that could go. I could take 4 hours, so I'm going to read you a quick list of the things we've done in the last, 8 to 10 years. I will say that we've taken a systemic look at admissions, making it fast, making it easy. We have really made our advising flexible. Thank you, Dr. Natalie Brown, who did a lot of that work when she was at TMCC, including Zoom meetings for students so that we could meet them where they were at, even before COVID. Maybe not Zoom, Blue Jeans, that was the one that she recommended. You know, those were the things that we did early on. We also partner and have done so for several years now with a higher ed entity called Interact, which helps us with our marketing distribution, our social media, our texting of students. They also did a secret shopper exercise. They've helped us identify any trouble spots and hiccups in the admissions and enrollment process. We've worked very hard, thanks to VP Jeff Alexander, on career pathways and curriculum maps, which are now posted all over our 4 campus locations, so that students can see the many options that they have before them. Because oftentimes, community college learners, they don't know what they enjoy for their career. And so we have to help them figure that out. And then we have to give in them a sense, instill in them a sense of belonging, so that they are motivated to succeed in those very clearly outlined career pathways, which are posted all over campus for them to see on walls so that it's easy to find. We've had a huge campaign in the last couple of years on open educational resources, saving hundreds of thousands of dollars and making college more affordable and textbook cost. We have data dashboards that are very, very sophisticated, and now that we are finally fully staffed again in IR with three full bodies, we intend to do even more on the data dashboards. We have a number of systemic planning councils and committees who cross representations, definitely including faculty, many student service staff, who really look at that data and see where that data leads us and what we need to do to get through those trouble spots for the benefit of our TMCC students. When we develop a new pilot program, whether it's a student success program or a new program, we measure it. Does it work? We spent a lot of money on Starfish, but at the end of the day, it really wasn't working very well. So now we have to figure out another way for early alert. So that assessment, post-assessment of pilot projects is really key. Because you know what? Some projects fail, and that's okay. We just need to learn from those failures and move on and try to continue to make improvements for student success. I think most importantly for me, personally for me, is finding a passion that a lot of students can lean into, such as sustainability. Young people really care about a healthy planet. They want to leave this place better off. And so our hundreds and hundreds of projects through the years around sustainability, I think, have really inspired students and helped create that sticky campus that we are very proud of, especially at a two-year college. Of course, we have niche programs that serve smaller numbers of students, such as our Summer Bridge student, serving 113 students this summer, and it's going very, very well, giving those students who are identified by high school counselors, somewhat needing some help in math, an opportunity to get a head start before the school semester officially begins. And then I will also say that we are always on the hunt for new programs that align with the Northern Nevada economy. We want to train students for jobs and careers that will give them a happy living wage, at the very least, so that they and their families can be prosperous and they can continue on those educational pathways throughout their lives. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other questions? Oh, President Dalby, thank you.
Hi, Kyle Dalby, President of Western Nevada College. President Donnelly and I are sitting over here wondering if we can add anything or not, so we're going to try to tack on something related to the rural. I appreciate the presentation. Western Nevada College is a rural serving institution that qualifies as a small institution, less than 5,000 students. We currently have about 4,400, spread over about 12,000 square miles. That in and of itself is an access challenge. We have students who have to worry about hitting horses on their way to school, and that kind of thing has come up. We, back in fall of 19, implemented video technology at an expanded level. We wrote a grant. Keep in mind that date, fall of 19. Video technology to provide access. When the pandemic came, we were already suited to help students access the campus. As a community college in a rural serving area, this is the hardest job I've ever had, and I am having the most fun, and I applaud all of the students and all of the faculty are helping the students get through the pathways. But it is difficult, and the reason for that is we do have great people, but we have very archaic processes. And I call it administrivia. It's one of those things where we have actually fallen behind the DMV on getting things done, which we didn't used to be able to say that. We have signage problems, wayfinding problems, and all of that. And as a community college, if students do not come to us, they're not going to higher education. We're usually we're the first stop for some or the last stop for others. And if the person working out in the front on the steps does not know how to direct them to the services they need, they will walk away and not come back forever. And that's what we get stuck on. So a couple of stats, I think you're asking for metrics in there. Our current retention rate, that's fall to fall retention at WNC for full-time students is 10% ahead of the national average. Our part-time retention rate is about 12%, about 8 to 10%, maybe even 12% now, behind the national average. That shows us that it's harder for us to keep the part-time students, and that's the piece that we need to work on. So some of the strategies that come out are ones that we will try to adopt for those, because if we can move that number just a percentage or two, we will help more students get to the finish line. We've had the largest number of Jumpstart students, those are our high school students, and we partnered with the University of Nevada, Reno, and the College of Southern Nevada down here at the Matter Academy in Clark County, and I came down and awarded 13 WNC degrees to students from that cohort this year, their first graduating class of dual enrollment, who are underrepresented students that might not have ever had any access to college, and walked across the stage at 9 a.m. and got the degree from me, and then at 9:20 and got their high school diploma as part of that ceremony, and we do that all over the state, and that's helping bridge that gap. Our Latino Leadership Academy, which has helped us attract Latino students, we're currently 32%. That puts us way over the minimum for HSI. They're graduating at rates that are higher than our normal, our general population, and we are moving that program in to help African American students, Native American students, and other cohorts to bring the groups into best access and best completion rates that we can do. So a lot there, and I hope I got the question, but thank you for the opportunity to speak.
And I'll go last, Dr. Amber Dinelli, interim president for Great Basin College. I would say that, obviously we're rural. We serve a pretty vast service area, but 76% of what we do is online. So we have to think about the type of resources that we want to offer our students. I can tell you we made a transition in the tutoring support services to BrainFuse, which is kind of an interesting name, but we were able to pull some data and statistics on what students are using with BrainFuse. We know that it is an effective tool for students because it can be accessed at any time. And so while we have students on campus, and I'll talk a little bit more about our CTE programs, live programs that are physically on our campuses at multiple locations. And one of the things that we did is we really asked our faculty what their challenges are. And CTE came back with the fact that even though we're increasing our rates, and we even heard that in Dr. Rennick's presentation today, you're increasing your rates, but as you're doing that, we also may need to hold that level of performance, and students are still required to pass some of those industry certifications in order to work in a certain field. So in listening to our faculty, it does sometimes come down to resources, and that means we leveraged Good Jobs Northern Nevada to put a tutor in. They will start this fall to be working within our electrical programs. It's one of our more technical programs for students that, English is a second language. And sometimes conversational English is one thing. It's another thing when you're asking them to do something out of a didactic textbook. And the pace in those programs is 1 year. It's fast. They get an associate degree in 1 year. And so ideally, if we had this world where we had unlimited funds and faculty, we could maybe make this work a little bit different, but we can't. And so instead, we're leveraging different grants or resources that we get from the state to try and assist with those programs. And we'll model that, see how that works this semester through spring semester, and what the performance increase is for our students. The other thing that I would say is that we need to be okay with the fact that it takes some of our students longer to get their education. I read this thing and it was like, I'm trying to remember what famous actor actually said it, but it was like, somebody finally purchased a house, and maybe they did it when they were 60, but they finally purchased a house, or they finally got a degree when they were, 55, but that's when they did it. And everybody's on their own timeline. And what I would say about community colleges, and specifically like what we see at Great Basin College, is that even though 78% of our learners are part-time students, we have one of the highest graduation rates at 48%, which means that the things that we have in place right now, students are persisting. Where we want to look and the tools that we need and the answers that we need to find right now is in that DWF rate. How do we move students that are in a DWF rate? And they're typically those students that fall in those underserved performance pool areas where it's really a challenge. And how do we get the resources to those students, even with the limited number of advisors we have, to make sure that maybe they didn't sign up for the right class, maybe they need another class. So again, I know we've heard a lot about what everybody's doing. I think all of our colleges are doing some format of that. I took a whole page of notes because I'm like going to go back and say, are we doing this? Are we looking at that? Because I think, having a presentation like this is an opportunity to generate ideas that we can go back to our campuses and really explore, what can we put in place or what do we already have in place? And I'm always looking for ways for us to perform and do better for our students and our communities. Toolkits are the other thing in any of our programs where we can add toolkits. Lots of times those are things where faculty are implementing for English as a second language learners, times for specifically nursing is a good example, to make sure that those students don't get left behind. We have toolkits, we have additional times for them to meet with faculty specifically to improve their performance and make it through those programs. But again, it comes down to sometimes time and unfortunately resources. So I appreciate the presentation and the opportunity to speak here today. Thank you.
Thank you. President Kibler.
I don't have much to say. Today's my 8th day, but I have been spending a lot of time meeting and visiting and being present on all 3 of our campuses, and so I have some initial impressions that we have some extraordinary staff, and we have a lot of the services that are in place. Are they all working together seamlessly as they should? My impression is not so much. So there's improvements to be made there. Do we have some silos? I think we do. And so one of our priorities will be to bring those down. I made a statement to a fairly large academic group I was meeting with yesterday, a belief I've had for a long time, that no student should ever be burdened by the organizational structure of our institution. That should be seamless to them. So the obligation's on us to make sure that's the reality on our campus, our campuses everywhere we are. So we'll be working on that. We are working hard, I know, on some of our IT processes and systems that support our faculty and our students that are either outdated or they don't talk to each other, making that not serving the best interest of our students. So that's being worked on. We are implementing a new CRM system that will actually be the solution for much of that, to begin to bring all those disparate systems together in a seamless process to put those tools in the hands of our faculty, our counselors and advisors, but especially in the hands of our students. So I do know that's going on right now. We've got a lot of work to do, but we're doing it. Thank you.
Thank you. I don't see any other, oh, Regent McMichael, please.
Yes, since the first day that I joined the Regents and watched the first graphics on student progression, I've always noticed that at the very bottom, and it's just a blip, is Indigenous people, Native Americans. And for the life of me, I haven't seen any metrics or statistics that show why they're at the bottom, why we're not recruiting more, why aren't they moving up, at a similar rate as other students. And I know that the presentation that was given is a great tool to be used, but I think in the state of Nevada, we have special circumstances that need to be addressed when it comes to such low performances by our indigenous Native Americans. I know they have a long ways to catch up. I know that they're on reservations, and I know that they weren't even considered American citizens until 1926. So they're playing catch up, and I don't know, are we recruiting on reservations? Are we seeing whether or not the standard to go on to college is being met? And are we helping that so that we can get them into a position where they can succeed with a degree? And from what I'm gathering is, because it's such a small note on any of these graphs, either they succeed and get a degree, but they don't go anywhere. They go back to the reservation. Maybe they become CEO of a casino or work on some sort of a farm. But I would like to know why we haven't, explored and found out why we have such a small blip on our graphs. It's very distressing to see that. I would like to be able to use the experts that we have in this state, because of our specific requirements, that although this Dr. Rennick gave a very good presentation, I think each state has its own set of circumstances that requires the experts that live here know about and we can work with. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll next go to Chancellor Charlton.
Okay,
Thank you. Thank you, Chair Carvalho. And just for the record, Patty Charlton, Interim Chancellor. Just wanted to thank everyone for their comments today. Also for the presidents for talking about the things that they are doing, but also the challenges that they face as well. And so I think this might bring to conclusion this portion, but wanted to give Daniel Archer an opportunity for some closing comments and some reflection of what we've heard, because we're going to be taking all of this information back as we work with the presidents and the institutions as we build the next step.
Thank you. This is Daniel Archer for the record. Want to thank Dr. Rennick for being here once again. When I worked at the Kansas Board of Regents, as Tim mentioned, we were the first system to really go through the process. And we found this to be tremendously valuable. It was very affordable. It was a very constructive and positive process. It wasn't something where they came in and beat people up. And it created impactful changes. And it really did it at every institution that they worked with. They worked with the University of Kansas, which is in the American Association of Universities, which is a top 70 university in the country. They had really positive changes at Kansas State University, which is one of UNR's peers. There were positive changes at a rural community college that had a graduation rate, I think that was close to 50%. So it was one of the rare times where we did work with an outside entity. They did come in and they did help find some of the blind spots. And there were positive changes, and it was universally very warmly received.
Thank you. So before we move on to the next item, well, first I want to say thank you very much, Dr. Rennick, for spending some time with us here today. We know that you are a nationally recognized expert in this area, and we appreciate your work and your expertise. I do think it's important at times to get the help of external consultants to give a different eye on what we're doing within our work. And as you've heard, our institutions are very focused on student success and improving the experience for all. But I really do appreciate you being with us today. I'll give you the last word on this item. So I'll turn it over to you. Thank you.
It's been a long session. Appreciate all the insights and comments. And I recognize and appreciate all the good work going on your campuses. I would expect no less, but at the very least, I would like to say that, we've been willing to partner with campuses and effectively to do so across the spectrum. It's not a matter of what you're doing, whether it's successful or not, or whether it's moving the needle in the right direction, but whether you're maximizing the opportunities in front of you and for your students. And so happy to talk further or answer additional questions, and do appreciate all the time dedicated to the discussion this afternoon. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay, before we move on to item number 6, we'll take a short break. So we'll be back here at 2:45. Thank you. All right, we will get started on item number 6, NSHE strategic planning. And for this, I will go to Interim Chancellor Patty Charlton.
Thank you so much, Chair Carvalho, Regents. It's a wonderful opportunity. I'm very excited that we are here today talking about the strategic plan for the system that really sets the guidepost and guides our work within the system and with all of our institutions. And so today, I have the clicker. And so I know that there has been a lot of work that has occurred to this point, and we're going to go over a little bit today, our team. And so this is really very, very much a team, and it will be a very interactive process as well. I'm going to just do the first start off and kick off. Renee Davis is going to really go through a lot of the history of what has happened, because as many of us have been in the system for a while, we know that this process started some years ago. And I think it even started during COVID, and we had opportunities to have a lot of engagement and a lot of participation. And then we had some transition, and then we had more transition, and we had a few other opportunities to have transition. And so what we want to do is to really, our goal is to focus on bringing all of you together, having really engaged conversations with our presidents as well, as we look at finalizing the NSHE strategic plan, looking at the work and celebrating the work that has been done. We don't need to go back and revisit the work that has been accomplished. And there is a lot of work that you have done with a lot of engagement and participation from a lot of different stakeholders. We want to talk about the framework of as we move forward and the next steps to a timeline, because as you all know, we are coming up very rapidly on a legislative session. It is important as we talk about strategic planning that NSHE is a part of the bigger picture with, are we aligned with the state? Are we aligned with where the state is heading for Nevada? And how do we align with the strategic priorities of the governor, as well as our legislature? How does that morph into the work that is already happening at all of our institutions and the work that the institutions do in their accreditation lens and the work that happens every single day? And so we want to talk about, one, is where we have been, where we need to go, have some interactive conversations about some things that we need to have the vision of the board so that we can take that back and work very closely with stakeholders, starting with our presidents. One of the things that often has happened in planning is that you have a plan for the board, and we know that we haven't had metrics presentations this year, and that was purposeful. We wanted to step back from the metrics presentation so that we could come back together and actually establish goals and metrics and targets. And there are things that, you know, I think as we look at the system and from the metrics presentations, one of the things that was a frustration was, you know, we're all presenting on the same metrics. But at the same time, that may not be what makes the most sense for community colleges. And I know in looking at the new business log that there is a item that's outstanding to work with the community colleges and to actually make sure that we are measuring the things that make sense for the community colleges. But the other thing I think that's very, very important, I think we all know, is we have very unique institutions, and there are very unique spaces that each of them play. And so as we look at the goals and metrics, look at what we can do as a system together, look at what perhaps our niche institutions or our institution types can do together, but then also look at how can we celebrate the uniqueness of a specific institution. And we certainly don't need to come away with 100 different metrics and outcomes, but make sure that they're meaningful and they're purposeful. And so as I've kind of already touched on some of this, but you know, again, why is this important? We need to be focused on our work so that it also guides the work of our institutions. It guides what we have in conversations. And I will say, Regent Brown, I'm going to kind of look at you really quickly. I remember at the December board meeting, you had shared, you know what have we accomplished? What have we done? You know, how do I know that I've been successful as a board member in my role in my first year as a board, on the board? And so, you know, we want to make sure that the work that we are done, that we do each day and what we talk about is focused, obviously, first and foremost on our students. It is focused on how do we get to our students to be successful. It's on our faculty and our staff. But it's also looking at what we need to do for our community as well. So the importance of the strategic plan will help to frame the work that we do as a system. It will help to guide the work that the institutions are doing. They're asked to measure a lot of things every day. Can we somehow coordinate that? And can we somehow move that forward very purposeful? And can we also look at how we set our priorities and our initiatives in that way? We also know as we move forward, and I have shared this with all of you, as has Chris Fatone, as we build our budget process for the state's 2025 session, we have to align any of our budgetary ask with the governor's priorities. And that information has been shared with the presidents, it's been shared with all of you, but that is a priority that we have to do. So we're going to do that together. But one of the things that the strategic plan can help us to do is to guide that priority setting. It can also guide, again, that work that we do and making sure that, you know, we're looking at the work every day is what's the value added and how can we move to the next step. With that last presentation that we just heard, one of the things I think that was universal across all of the institutions is they need more staff. They need more staff to support our students. They need more faculty to be able to produce what we expect for the institution. This will help us to get there through a strategic planning framework. And it'll also take an opportunity for us to look at the academic programs that we offered. Are we aligned with what the state is asking for us to do? And we know that that we do our best, but at the same time, there's more that can be done. So with that, I am going to turn it to Renee Davis. And so today you're going to hear from myself, Renee Davis, Associate Vice Chancellor for Academic and Student Affairs, Daniel Archer, Vice Chancellor for Academic and Student Affairs, Natalie Brown, our Assistant Vice Chancellor for Workforce and Economic Development. And we're really, again, looking forward to a very engaged conversation. We're going to give you a little homework and ask you to participate as well as the presidents in guiding this process. So thank you so much, and I'm going to turn it to Renee.
Thank you. Renee Davis, Associate Vice Chancellor for Academic and Student Affairs. And I'm just going to quickly remind the board where we've been and what was approved in February of 23 and why that's a great launching point for what we plan to do next. So if you go back to 2011, you'll see that there was a strategic plan then, and then there was one followed in 2015. Both of these are still available on the website if you're curious about what they contained. But the most recent kind of effort that was completed was in 2018, and it was a set of strategic planning goals that were established, and that all three of those links are live. You can go check those out. In terms of the goals that were approved in 2018 by the board, you'll see that they look pretty familiar because a lot of those rolled into this most recent approved set. So I'll talk about that in a second. So where have we been in terms of establishing kind of the starting point for the conversation today? Dates back a little bit, and you can see back to December 21 to April 22, the system held a very comprehensive round of listening sessions out within the NSHE and also the surrounding communities. And as a matter of fact, those listening sessions, those are all actually available for recording if you want to go back and listen to them and remind you of all of the topics that came up. There was also a presentation that happened in September of 22 that kind of told the board, here's kind of the high level summary of what these items were. So also that is available out there. So if you feel like you want to go back and do some research, I'm just going to give the very highlights so we can have time to focus on the brainstorming later on. But in effect, the listening sessions, the work that was done coming out of that, and then some additional work resulted in what was approved as a framework. And so I'm very careful about that term framework because we're not talking about a full-blown plan. It was a framework. It was part of the work. So when the board approved this last piece, it knew that there was some more work to be done. So that's kind of where we're picking up the process. And I know Chair Cavallo, you were very involved in a lot of those efforts. And so thank you for wanting to see this continue on so we can get to the plan part. And so what was approved in February of 2023, so all of you were here to approve that, although some of you were very new at the time, right? You were just a month in as regents. So basically what was approved at that time was a mission statement, vision, values, and goals. And as I said, we knew at that time that there was still some more work to be done. So I'm going to quickly run through these items. I'm not going to read the mission to you. I think you all are pretty familiar with it. But it's there on the slide if you want to read it in its entirety. We landed on a vision, one system, worlds of opportunities. And at the time, a lot of the focus on that was not only the talents of our individual institutions, but what we can accomplish as one system. I mean, I personally take a lot of pride, as I know a lot of others do, in the fact that we are one system, because there are many things that we do well together. And we are always trying to capitalize on those relationships in that governance system. When it comes to values, again, I'm not going to read these to you all. I think that, they're hallmarks. They're how we frame our work, but we're not yet to the nitty-gritty. And then finally, the goals. I will spend a couple of minutes here on this slide. So they're all, I think, pretty familiar to everyone in this room. Certainly the presidents probably know them by heart, as do many of us. But it starts with the increased access to higher education, improve student success, close the institutional performance gaps. And that one used to be close the achievement gaps. And that wording was changed in that last approval in February of 23. Meet the workforce needs in Nevada, increase solutions-based research. And then the one that was new from that list of 5 that doesn't have a correlate in that last list is ensure system coordination, accountability, and transparency. And so that was the one that was new as of February 2023. And so with that, I'm going to hand it over to Daniel Archer, Vice Chancellor for Academic and Student Affairs, and he can kind of talk about some of the timeline and the considerations as we go into the brainstorming session.
Okay, so we have kind of been in park mode on this for about the last 17 months here. So we're really committed to getting the wheels back in motion, and that work really starts here today with the brainstorming session that we're going to do here in just a little bit, that we've already talked about a little bit, teased a little bit. We'll seek your feedback on a number of issues here. In terms of where we go beyond today here, you'll see that we have a plan to continue driving this work forward here in the coming months. We want to continue discussions with the board and with institutional leaders throughout our system. We want to get input and feedback from key stakeholders. We want to get to a point where we draft proposed metrics. In the end, we want to close out the year on a strong note by bringing you, as in the board, some proposed metrics and targets for us to shoot for. So we want to be really pragmatic about this, but we also want to have measures in place to gauge whether or not we are moving the needle. When we get into strategic planning, I think it's really important to emphasize and kind of recognize the complexity of it. It's multi-layered, it's multifaceted, there's internal factors, there are external factors I think that we have to consider in this process. And one of the really key external factors in this process is accreditation. This is foundational to what our institutions do. All 7 NSHE institutions are accredited by the Northwest Commission on Colleges and Universities, which is more commonly referred to as NWCCU, which you're going to hear more about tomorrow when President Ramaswamy is here to talk about accreditation. It's important for a number of reasons: for quality assurance, for student success, for assessment purposes, but it's also important for federal funding purposes because in order to be eligible to administer federal financial aid programs, so student loans, student grants, work-study programs, institutions have to be accredited by an agency recognized by the United States Department of Education. NWCCU is recognized, so having this eligibility is really critical for both student access as well as institutional viability. So when we look at strategic planning through an accreditation lens, there are several kind of core principles I think we definitely want to integrate in this process here. And this is straight from NWCCU's accreditation standards document here, the language that's on here. You'll see at the top it talks about establishing a framework to measure progress and performance. We certainly want to embrace that as a core principle in this process. There are specific standards there in the bullet points. The first one talks about using data to measure student achievement, and the second one gets into using peer benchmark data to assess progress and performance. So we want to look at this through both an internal and an external lens here. Has an institution improved when you compare the most recent year versus maybe 3 years ago? That's a way of looking at, obviously, through more of an internal lens. And through an external lens is how does an institution, how does their performance stack up against peer institutions? So really important to look at it through multiple lenses here. There are other ways, obviously, where strategic planning is critical in the accreditation process here. The first line addresses having multiple stakeholders engaged in the process. Certainly, we have done that to date, and we'll continue to do that as we move forward. The second and third lines get into assessing budget planning and resource allocation and measuring overall effectiveness. So obviously we have to be cognizant of things like ROI, return on investment, that was talked about earlier, having progress metrics that measure things more in a short-term kind of context, and then more long-term metrics that measure success that cover a more extended period of time here. So very important that we're very intentional about having robust measures in our process. And another important external piece that we have to be cognizant of is Governor Lombardo's strategic plan here. His administration has created nearly 100 objectives that are organized within 6 core areas. You'll see those here. Obviously, where NSHE falls, majority is in that education and workforce space. However, there is some room in that health and wellness space as well here. So when you break down the specific objectives here that the governor has, there are about 8 that potentially align with our NSHE framework here. And so you'll see Governor Lombardo's administration, you'll see the goals there on the left side, and you'll see the potential alignment with NSHE on the right side. And the first 2 deal with K-12 directly, the K-12 sector of education here. You'll see improving early childhood literacy, which obviously gets into reading skills and employing best practices and strategies to improve reading skills. And then using the acing accountability metrics to ensure progress in core K-12 education initiatives is the second one. So obviously these are very K-12 specific. However, it's very important to note that our colleges of education play a strong role in this because obviously they are preparing future teachers who are pursuing undergraduate degrees in elementary education, secondary education, special education, and so forth. But they're also providing professional development to current teachers. We have folks who are doing micro-credentials. These are not full programs, they're not even full courses. They're sort of these mini courses that focus on a specific skill or issue, and UNLV is just one example, has several micro-credentials that fall in that education space. So certainly our colleges of education are playing a role in those first 2 there. The third one gets into the mental health piece there. You'll see strategically deploy new mental health investments here. There's a shortage of mental health professionals in our state here. This has had an especially adverse impact on children in our state here. I think it's really important that we try to find ways where we can expand the capacity of mental health care providers in our state here, and obviously our education programs that bleed in and support that. It's really important to find ways in which we can increase the number of students that are served there. The Children's Advocacy Alliance is a large nonprofit organization here in Nevada, and they certainly agree, and we've had some very positive early discussions about how we can engage with other groups, other school districts, and other government agencies, and really come together to seek some legislative dollars to help fill this void here. So I think some really good discussions have gone on there. You'll see that several of these relate to the workforce piece. Regent Brown is chairing that. I think doing a really good job. He's got some really good ideas for some initiative work there. They're going to be working on this next year. There's also one that specifically gets into to invest and expand graduate medical education here. I know Regent Goodman has some ideas about kind of bringing a group of connected professionals together to lobby to get support that's necessary to increase the number of medical residents in our state, because that certainly plays into the shortage. So there's some opportunities there. And then lastly, we get into the Grow the Lithium Loop to support the electric vehicle and battery production. UNR has certainly been very active in this space, and as I think everyone here knows, was recently awarded a grant that will provide $21 million. And then our 2-year colleges will also be involved in some of the workforce development pieces within that grant, so that's definitely going to be something that NSHE touches on many times over. And this page here just shows you the existing dashboards. This is what we measure today. If you go to our website and you click on the current strategic plan dashboard, you'll see metrics here that have graphs. And shout out to Jose Martinez, who just done some really good work in this space here. Just wanted to really highlight briefly, though, some of the things that we are measuring right now. We'll go over all of them, but in the access space, dual enrollment is one that's really critical. We're looking at high school students who are participating in college courses. That's a population that's increased significantly. So we're monitoring that right now. And the success piece, obviously graduation rates, persistence rates, or where you look at the percentage of students who are enrolled in a given year and then that subsequently enroll the next fall, and kind of capturing them. How many are you retaining? And then the Close the Achievement Gap gets into looking at specific access and success metrics and then breaking them down by race, ethnicity. And then the workforce piece gets into looking at the number of degrees awarded in in-demand areas such as computer science, nursing, education, computer science, so forth. And the last one gets into research and getting into the expenditures, getting into the research dollars that come in from DRI, UNLV, and UNR. And then lastly, we get into doctoral awards, which get into the number of doctoral degrees that are awarded at UNR and UNLV. I'm going to turn over to the Chancellor here for the last part.
All right, thank you, Daniel. So as we go forward, so one of the things, as you heard, we did purposefully include conversation about accreditation. And while the system is not accredited, the board is not accredited, each of your institutions are. And each one of those, it is very important. And in fact, you also have amazing talent of many people that also lead accreditation teams as well. I'm not going to embarrass them and call them out, but they know who they are. But one of the reason why we included that is that the strategic planning process at an institution is critical to the foundation of that accreditation process. And I know that each of these presidents can talk about the strategic plan, mission fulfillment, alignment. But the reason why we wanted to ensure that we included that is that accreditation and regional accreditation is foundational in order to receive Department of Education Title IV funding. And it is absolutely essential for compliance. And every one of them, as they go through their very heavy, rigorous accreditation process, and they go through that 7-year cycle, and they go through that process, one of the things that always comes back is about your planning effort. How do you make decisions? How do you assess your whether or not you're meeting your mission? And whether or not you're allocating resources accordingly. And so I know that they all can speak to that. And so one of the things that has been very important, again, is to look at that hierarchy of how planning comes together. And really it helps for an institution to be able to connect to where is the governing body going? What is the goals of the governing body? How does this all align? And then for us, having those overarching goals that the institutions can connect to, and then also how we as a system also align with the state, especially as resources do. Money does talk, and money does mean a lot of things to us. And so how we are going to go back to the legislature, making sure that we are meeting the needs of the state, and then how in turn we as a system also can give that framework for the institutions as well. And so as we go forward, what we really are hoping to accomplish in our next session is to have a very, again, active and engaged conversation about the goals that the system has. Daniel walked through a little bit about the current dashboards that we have, and we have overarching goals. Let's let's increase access. We've talked about dual enrollment. We've never really set targets overall for the system, and specifically then that leaves the institution to set their own metrics and to set their own targets and goals. And so if we know as a system where we stand today, where we would like to go, and then the sum of the parts can help feed the whole. And so working and giving some of that framework, and I think our institutions have a lot to contribute in this area. We know that those presentations that you have had in the past, which we will be resuming, the metrics presentations, but we're going to do that together, again, as I mentioned earlier, by using the goals and the metrics that have been identified by this board, but then also looking at the institutions, not necessarily that all 8 institutions are measuring against the same thing, but maybe there's 5 or 6. That graduation rate, obviously, transfer, persistence, you name it. And so we can look at what those might look like, but then look at our very specific institutions. And I will say we have 2 that are probably going to play in multiple lanes. And I'm going to embarrass my colleague, Dr. Pollard, because Dr. Pollard, as Nevada State University, is probably going to align somewhat with the community colleges in some of her metrics and their metrics at Nevada State, but also with the universities in graduating individuals at the bachelor's degree level that meet the state's workforce needs, and then even in graduate level programs as well. And then President Achara with DRI, who doesn't have students, but definitely has a very significant place in the research lane. And so the metrics for DRI might look very, very different, and they should. And we should celebrate, again, as I started this with the uniqueness of our institutions. We have 2 rural colleges that their metrics might look very, very different than what it looks like for CSN and for TMCC, just because of the nature of the students. But at the same time, where can we be together? Where can we stand together with the different types of institution types, and then also identifying potential metrics for each of the institutions to celebrate their uniqueness and something that is special to each of them. Every one of our institutions is very, very different, but at the same time, they come together in a united front as well and do a lot of great things for Nevada as a whole. So what we want to do is to really, again, I've kind of talked about this. One of the things that we're also hoping is to come out from this in December, bring to you the plan, all formally vetted. So we're going to be very, very busy after we leave here today. And then in October, hopefully come back to you with some progress, working with the presidents, working with stakeholders, working with faculty, working with students, working with everyone to bring back those meaningful metrics, but also to establish where are we today and where do we want to go. We don't want the strategic plan to just sit on a shelf. We want this to be an active and engaged process, and the metrics presentation is one, but we should also be doing a report card. As we look at what we're measuring, some things to think about is that we need to be mindful that our metrics should be measurable, they need to be consistent, and we need to ensure that we have data sources that are consistent across the institutions and that can be validated. I know that oftentimes we're asked for different data sources and different data points. Let's make sure that it's meaningful, that it's purposeful. Many of our institutions, and I think we talked about this just a little bit in the last agenda item, institutional research people are very, very important. They're very difficult to come by, though. And especially, they have all of the standardized reporting that is necessary for iPads, for other different areas. So let's look at what we can do to validate and ensure that we have consistency as well. Consistency perhaps in definition, consistency as well in the methodology of how we're collecting data, the frequency, and then also making sure that it is really meaningful for you. And so we want to have this conversation, and then we're going to start with a little bit of questions that we want to pose to you with that. And so you've got this material of what is measured matters in your stuff, and so you can certainly refer back to that. We've kind of identified, and I see that the clock is at 0, so that means I'm done. And so I'm going to turn it to first to Daniel and Renee, and we have some questions, and they're going to start with the first of them, and then Natalie Brown is going to jump in, and we're hoping that this is interactive with the presidents and with all of the boards so that we can have this very focused conversation about what is it that is meaningful to you, how can we come around with what you want to see as outcomes of those goals, and so that we can move forward together. So I'm going to turn it to, I think, Renee to start, and we're going to time this. I think we've got 25 minutes, and we're going to do questions 1, 2, and 3 together. And then Dr. Brown's got 25 minutes all on her own, so that's good. All right, go for it.
Renee Davis, Associate Vice Chancellor for Academic and Student Affairs. And thank you for setting out those parameters, Chancellor. So we're going to start with some questions that may seem a little basic, but let's be mindful of the whole concept of what matters to us is what we need to measure. And so this kind of brainstorming session really is trying to get at what matters to us the most in each of these areas related to the goals that have already been established and approved by the board. So I'm actually going to take 1, 2, and 3 together, and they all relate to student access, student success, and what barriers exist to both of those things. And when we're talking for all students, all Nevadans in particular. And one thing I would maybe bring up as a starting point is that if you look at some of those links to the dashboard that we've provided, if you click on that link at the bottom of the slide, and you go to the capture rate, you'll see that we've been capturing fewer and fewer of Nevada high school graduates within the NSHE system. And there's a lot of data as you dig down in there to see students parsed out in various ways. But I mean, if we just take that top level number into consideration, the fact is that we're capturing less. And we all know there are lots of trends and things going on. But let's just talk about, what does student access for all mean? What does success for all look like? And so if we can start just to dig in there, I think that we can have some takeaways. And then I'm sorry, I don't, logistically, should the chair go ahead and take over with the...
Renee, you're doing a great job. So if you want, if somebody wants to jump in, you're more than welcome to lead that discussion.
I'm sorry. Any volunteers to go first? Regent Perkins? Oh, go ahead.
Okay.
I know it's going to be hard to follow my colleagues, so I'll figure I'll go first. Student success for all. It basically goes down to access. For what I'm thinking of student success is completion. Did they get the job they wanted? Did they get the promotion they wanted? Are they admitted to the correct institution for what they want to do with their lives? And I guess that access and success are pretty much the same thing, because if you have access to those items, we need to make sure that the student is successful, like completing that degree, or completing the workforce development, or going through the entrepreneurial course, whatever their goals are, to make those goals possible, giving them all the tools that they need to get there, and a well-lit path. I think that's one of the things that our institutions, other institutions do better. They, like, if you go to one of the, I hate to say diploma mills, but one of those institutions like that they give you a sheet and it says you take this class, and this class, and at the end you will get this. And this is how much it's all going to cost. I tried to search on our websites for that information, and it's not there. And that helps that well-lit path, which is part of access and success. So if students know what's expected from them at the very beginning, we have a better chance of retaining them. And I want to brag on UNLV about their new program that they started with the new students coming in with the Rebels. What's it called?
Rebel Ready.
Rebel Ready. Okay, thank you. Rebel Ready. That helps students also, so we can implement that across the board for all the institutions. Or, I think most of the institutions have something very similar where they take the students in that maybe aren't prepared for college, or don't really know what college can do for them, and focusing on that. So I kind of combined questions 1 and 2, and what barriers. Well, I won't even get into what barriers exist. Financial, I think, was one of the ones that was mentioned. Another one that came up was transportation. Because of the way our valley is spread out, it's hard to get from, if you're far north, it's hard to get to Nevada State College, or Nevada State University. Sorry. So transportation, I remember, was one of them, and then financial aid, I think, was mentioned. So providing those wraparound services. That's a lot.
It is indeed. Regent Downs?
Thank
Vice
you
Chair?
for Regent Downs for the record. So the notes I had made about this: number 1, what does student access for all mean? And what I come up with was prepared. So prepared students are able to enter NSHE schools and take classes. Unprepared students are able to get the preparation needed to attend college successfully. For number 2, what does student success look like? And I think this one's been, there might just be a national standard that we have to follow, but I think what students consider success may be different than what our standards say. And typically our standards are looking for degree completion or certificates. But as Regent Perkins had mentioned, I think when students reach what they've needed, if it's training or some skill set that they need, despite getting a paper, that's a success to them. So if someone needs an accounting class to be an accountant in a firm, but not get the certificate or degree, that could still be a success for them. But we don't count it that way. We just count it as a drop student. And so I don't see that as a failure. I see we provided them what they wanted. So if there is a way to quantify with what a student's goals are when they come in, and do they achieve those goals, that's what I would see as a success. And I really like what you mentioned about transportation. That's a barrier. Preparation is a barrier. As we see, we have the Correct program for students who aren't prepared for English or math. So finding other ways around that would also be helpful. Thank you.
President Delpy.
Thank you. I didn't know if presidents were allowed to chime in yet, so I'm happy
Yeah.
to wake everyone up this afternoon. And I'm not sure if this falls, if this is a question you're asking, but it is brainstorming. So when I used to teach a couple classes. Some of you have taken it up at the university, and we talked about the history of higher ed. We talked about what the higher ed system looks like. And I find myself talking about the tiers of our educational levels. So we have community colleges that serve traditional service areas. We have universities that serve the entire state. And each of us will, each president can speak on their own institution. But the access piece is, to me, is to ensure that each population has access to any of those tiers. The original framework for community colleges was that, the idea was that there would be no community college outside of a 25-mile radius of a population center. That was in the book, The American Community College. Of course, we can't do it with our state. It's got a lot of range, as my colleague to the right and I know. But when I look at it, I see, we have a significant amount of rural. So the access piece is not only for me about getting them through the door and into a seat of a program that makes sense, which I appreciate Regent Perkins and Regent Down articulating that, but also are there ways that they can access things from all three of those tiers from the highest level. And a lot of that has merged into the online space. And that in and of itself becomes an issue as well. To divert on that just a little bit, we have students in Hawthorne who have had to drive to the McDonald's to get Wi-Fi to turn in papers. Because the networking in the state is not as good as it could be. So that's another issue. But for me, the access is about, do all of our population statewide have access to all three of the tiers of higher education? And then the other components of that are, do they have the ability to get into those? Financial aid was mentioned, being able to drive to a campus, transportation has been mentioned. There's criteria for getting into certain programs that needs to be met. So all of that kind of trickles down. And I think the highest level, though, is that are all the tiers represented statewide. The success piece is about, are they doing and completing what they do to what they say they want to do, what they want it to get, whether it's a job upgrade or finishing a degree. I'll leave it at that and let some others chat, but I wanted to note that high level from the system perspective.
Regent Brown.
Thank you, Regent Brown, for the record. So when we were given these questions, I kind of wrote just free flowed, and I wrote what a definition, but based off of this conversation, I really want, when it says like access for all, we have to understand who our state is and understand what our population looks like. And we are an economic development engine because we are the workforce pipeline for our state. And so that's what I want. When we talk about access, we have to understand that not everybody is here for a degree necessarily, but they might be here for a workforce training program. And so I want us to actually value career-focused programming. And I kind of wrote like 3 different ways we can do that. And micro-credentialing was mentioned, but micro-credentialing and certifications, offering short-term industry-recognized credentials that allow students to quickly gain skills and enter the workforce while also providing pathways to further education. Career-focused programming, so developing and maintaining programs that are directly aligned with the current and future needs workforce, ensuring students are acquiring relevant skills. Now, our institutions already do this through partnering with businesses and allowing the businesses to train, but I think we need to come up with a more robust way that we can make that accessible and offer, because a major part of that is the wraparound services. It's something that I talk about a lot with companies when I say, hey, if you want to actually train in the state, you should partner with one of our NSHE institutions. Not only does it make those students NSHE students, which helps them hopefully matriculate into other things if that works on their workforce path. But it gets them introduced to our system, and that's a beautiful thing. But we haven't identified the wraparound services. And so I just wrote like identifying what that actually means, how we can pay for it, what that looks like, because I think that's such a value add. And then like the third thing that I wrote was like internships and apprenticeships. There's so many businesses in town that are looking for qualified workers. I'll give myself a little bit of I just worked with Blackstone Launchpad, and we are paying for 30 UNLV and CSN students to have fully paid internships this summer. And they literally reached out to me because I was giving a speech on why we needed this so much. And so like there are people out there that are willing to pay for it. We just need to present ourselves, and we need to help our institutions actually give this an opportunity for our students. So when we talk about access, I don't want to just talk about how we create, the 4 years and 2 year degrees and streamline that. Like, if we call ourselves a system, we've definitely got to figure out that path line. What is the name of? I always forget where you're not degree seeking, but you're a workforce.
Like a short-term, non-credit training.
What's it called? I always mess it up. Yeah, it's
Natalie
non-degree-
Brown, for the record, short-term, non-credit training, workforce training.
Oh, I always get this wrong, but go with me on this. So there's degree seeking, and then if you decide to go to get that 4 year. Remember when I talked about sorry, I'm going back to our workforce meeting we just had a couple days ago, but students who enter into one of our institutions, they're not going for that 4 year degree. They're only going for like a workforce degree. And then someone says, hey, if you do 2 more years, you can make more money. Then they decide to do it. But unfortunately, we've stackable credentials. We'll go with that.
It's
Yes.
an associate of applied science.
There you go. Ding, ding, ding. Yes, associate applied degrees. That's what I was going for. Thank you. I told you I wasn't jet lagged, but I still forgot that word. So what? I know I'm saying a lot, but I also think that if we're offering applied degrees, we need to make it a seamless transition if somebody decides that they want to do 2 more years. If they get in here and say, this was actually pretty great and I want to learn, I like this. I didn't think I liked it when I was 18 and I came in, but now that I'm 20 and I realize the potential, I'd like to do 2 more years. Unfortunately, the way we've set up so many of these degrees is they have to go back and redo almost half of what they just did because it doesn't fall in line with the matriculating to a different institution. So when we talk about access and we talk about making it easy, we have to recognize that from a system perspective and not set up our most vulnerable students up for potential frustration and then them not continuing on because we don't have a system put in place. Sorry.
I'll add some of my thoughts here. First, I find that access, success, and barriers seem to really blend, and a lot of times the same issue you can look at it from all 3 lenses. So a lot of this bleeds into those different areas. And it's already been talked about wraparound services, including transportation, childcare. I wonder if we can somehow strengthen our partnerships with other state agencies so that our students can have some of those areas like SNAP, and not just the training aspect of it, but have SNAP for those students who need who have food insecurity or things like that. If they're Pell eligible, does that mean that they're automatically SNAP eligible? I feel like that could be a barrier if that's not the case. I'm not sure. transportation and childcare, we hear very often from students, are barriers to access and success. I've also heard a lot about access to classes when they're needed. Not all of our students are graduates of our K-12 system in the state. They're people who want to come back to our institutions to reskill and grow in their current careers or newer careers. So we have to remember that it isn't just the high school graduates, but I would also say that we have to make sure that our high school graduates know that we are here for them. And so I do wonder many times why our rates of students coming to us from our high schools is getting lower. And there, I know that that's a complex question, and I can add my thoughts to that. But I think part of that goes into cost of attendance for some of our students. There's a lot of competition out there for our students from neighboring states and from other entities within the state as well. I also think, and I think President Dalby touched on this a little bit, is it's important for our K-12 partners to know that coming to NSHE doesn't just mean a degree, and that our two-year institutions are when you see out there, you should think of a trade school. Our schools are trade schools. It isn't just trade school or higher ed. That's what we do. That's what we are. So sometimes I wonder if our K-12 partners don't always realize how much we have to offer, especially in our two-year institutions, in terms of trade school options, internships, and apprenticeships. So I think that those are areas that we can strengthen that relationship with them. I also think it's important, and maybe this is further down the line, but Dr. Rennick mentioned, I can't remember the name of the app that or the whatever it was that he mentioned about it knowing where your graduates go on to in terms of career workforce. Stepping stones, yeah, I think that's what it was. Again, strengthening our partnership perhaps with Dieter to understand where our graduates are going and if they are successful, I think is also important. So like I said, for me, these three areas really are in many ways the same thing, but just looking at it in different lenses.
Renee Davis again. Anyone else? Oh, we've got to Regent Del Carlo and then Regent McMichael.
Thank you, Renee. Regent Del Carlo, for the record, I'm going to start with barriers first. I've always felt, since we're a system, that every class you take at any of our institutions should transfer. And I think our rate, I think it's 96.4%. Renee, am I close for what transfers?
Yeah, yes, the transfer agreements, the alignment, yes.
But we're a system, everyone. It should be 100%. And I don't think this board should rest until it is 100%. And so it goes back to what Dr. Renwick was saying. That's a barrier. Go drill down and see what it is. What's the problem? Let's make a list of what classes aren't transferring. So 100% transfers. I mean, that's the value of a system and something we should sell to the public. I recently asked Carrie, and she did, thank you, Carrie, for sending an article that I saw in the Associated Press, and it was on the perception of higher ed. That today is a real barrier, and it keeps going down. And are we going to be able to solve this problem in Nevada by ourselves? Probably no. But, we have a marketing department. We in Nevada, I think, we are the state that sends the least amount of students onto higher ed. What a starter for us. What untapped potential there is. Where Dr. Resnick, or did I say his name? Rennick. Showed they're adding $80 million a year, just capturing the students that they lose. How about all those, especially in Clark County, and I'm not picking on Clark County, but we've heard this at our meetings, that all the students in the high schools that don't go on to higher ed is a huge number. So that's just fertile ground for us to look at. We talk about the cost, the barriers to student success. I'm very proud that we keep our tuition low, and this board, no matter who's been on this board for the past 8 years that I've been on, that's been like our marching order to keep it low. But I have to share with my fellow regents, because you're not at all the higher ed funding formula committee meetings that I've attended. We've got one more coming up. One of the consultants said to us, if Nevada would charge more tuition, they'd get more money from the legislature. And I'm like, that didn't even hardly make sense to me. Patty? Or, excuse me, Intern Chancellor.
No, it's okay. I'm Patty today. But you're right. It was actually NFA had that conversation with us as well, because there is a investment, and they talked about, we have two sources, and I think Regent Perkins mentioned that
Right.
earlier today. We have the state appropriation, and we have
tuition.
fees, and we have been very intentional and purposeful on maintaining low registration fees and tuition rates. And we have lost ground on the percentage of the state budget. So there's more work to be done in that regard. And so, yes.
Thank you for adding on. So those are some barriers that I see. Back to access, I really want to see us show our information by all the different groups, because that's closing the achievement gap. And the first school that I saw close the achievement gap was WNC, when under Dr. Solis, they had that Latino cohort that was way underperforming the white students. And then by putting that attention and what measures matters and all that they did, they not only closed the gap, but they passed the white students. I don't know if that's still true today, but it just shows you that if you focus, just like Dr. Resnick, no, I'm going to call him wrong. Rennick said, I mean, you're focusing on these things. So it makes a big difference. So a couple more I had. Back to Chair Carvalho's when she talked about access. A long time ago, this board used to get a report once a year, and I don't remember seeing this for a long time, but it was a space utilization report, because, you know, are we offering classes when our students need them? Because our students work. So many of them work. But I remember seeing that report and seeing that there's tons of rooms and classes, especially on a Friday, and we don't offer things on Saturday. Maybe we should. Maybe at some point we ask our students what it is they need. So that's my 2 cents for the brainstorming to start.
Regent McMichael?
Yes, this is a workshop, right? We're just brainstorming, right?
Right.
Okay. Well, I have an idea. First, I want to ask the question, are all the campuses full? Are all classes full? There's no empty seats? There are lots of empty seats, right? Okay. How about we just have a jubilee? Once every 10 years, starting with the spring semester of 2025, no tuition fees. Once the classes are full, you're done. That's it. The next jubilee will be 10 years from that point. I guarantee you that every class will be full, and we'll get that extra money from the legislature. And they'll sit back and say, well, gee, look, we don't have any empty seats at any of our campuses. We had a jubilee. All they pay for is their fees and books. And they don't really have to work a second job in order to afford tuition. You know, they might not even have to stay home. And we can have the best system in the entire country. All we have to do is say, Jubilee. once every 10 years, This is not like every year or every 5 years. We're going to make it a jubilee once every 10 years. We're going to open it up once classes are full. That's the end of it. And we can make that either for a two-year diploma or 4-year diploma, which way we want to go. We can, work that around. But wouldn't that make everybody happy? Classes are full. You don't have to worry about empty seats staring back at you. Parents are happy. Kids don't have to work a second job or work any jobs for that matter. And what's the downfall?
Okay, so I think that we've got a few more, and we're just saying that we're trying also to be respectful of time. I've run out of my 25 minutes that I got. But I'm sorry, who had okay, President Dalby, and then Regent Perkins had, okay.
I think I made the wrong hand up at the auction. I'm Kyle Delpy, Western Nevada College. I just wanted to, the Jubilee idea, you asked who would be unhappy. It would probably be my CFO. And the only reason, it's an idea, it's a good idea, and if we had funding behind it, but because the formula lags, it's tricky. We have, I just want to throw out there, we have thought about doing creative things. We don't ever expect to fill up seats, but we have done scheduling where we've not forced students, but we've looked at student-centered scheduling where it's being offered at a time that students that are surveyed want the classes, not necessarily when they want to be taught. And so we put more of those up in those timeframes, maybe less sections to maybe kind of force the seats to be full. I've often thought maybe we should do reductions going, like when we register for fall semester, we start in April. Maybe you get a discount there, and then if you pay last minute, kind of like an airline ticket or something, we could sell window seats, aisle seats, that kind of thing. But it would be a good idea if there was some sort of funding behind it, because it would be a way to jumpstart the access and get people into classrooms.
It looked like we also had President Hilgerson, but if you don't mind, to go to Regent Perkins next.
I'm sure. About that idea. Thank you. Regent Perkins for the record. That community CSN used to offer one free class, like I think it was 10 years ago. No, like you could get one free class, and that was it, and that would introduce you to the community college, or 2 certificates. But it was like a one-time shot. It would get students on the campus, and it's not that big of a stretch to give one. And we got money from the legislature, I believe, to carry out that program. No, we didn't? Okay.
Actually, for the record, Patty Charlton, so that was funded either through access funds and or donor philanthropic funds, but it was a one free class and typically a free class and a free book to encourage to increase the going to college
I mean,
rate.
It's not as big as a Jubilee, but it's a start. And also short-term variable entry. I know that was experimented with at some other institutions where you could start in September, and then 6 weeks later, you could start a class there. And so you basically be going year-round, so it wouldn't commit you to a 16-week class if you didn't have that time. That was one of the ideas that was that I've heard that other institutions do to increase enrollment and increase access. So those 2.
Okay, so I think we have Regent Cruz Crawford after President Hilgerson, who I'm sorry, apologize, Regent Cruz Crawford, I couldn't see you. Oh, and also President Whitfield.
Okay, Karen Hilgerson, for the record, TMCC, we've talked about a Jubilee-like idea, and it wasn't our idea because this has been piloted in at least one state. I just wish I could remember offhand what the state is. But it's a way to reward students on the last semester of their 2-year degree program that if they succeed, that they get a rebate, which is kind of cool. Again, we would need help with funding that, but it is being tested, and we could do some research. But it's a Jubilee experience based on student outcomes, which I think is really fantastic.
Regent Cruz Crawford.
Thank you, Regent Cruz Crawford, for the record. I'm not going to go through each one of the guiding questions in order to be cognizant of our time. But there are just a few things that I'd like to include. First, definitely need to bring students into this conversation by asking them these questions. I didn't know if there was going to be a time we're going to take these guiding questions to our students, and also students that do apply but actually don't end up enrolling would be a great starting point as well. A few little minor things that probably have a huge impact and a whole bunch of barriers that I'm not aware of that I've just seen as I work with staff navigating this process and as a parent. Some of the barriers that I've seen is registering for classes in between institutions is difficult because they each have their own registration system. So being able to register in one portal to all the institutions, many people for summer like to take a reduced course class at a community college. So that would be helpful. Canvas, students navigating campuses or Canvas between institutions is difficult because there's different logins. So if they're taking a class at TMCC and UNR, they have two different portals for that. So being able to merge that, retaking courses, if you could retake a course at a different institution and that would still wipe out that original course, that would be great. Definitely working better with the K through 12 space. I know it's about $80 a bus for about 65 high school students. I would love something adopted where every student in 10th grade gets an opportunity to see an institution and do a campus tour. That would be very affordable. Summer classes, expanding summer classes, and I think that was already mentioned by Regent Del Carlo. And those are just a couple things that I'd like to share. Thank you.
Thank you, President Whitfield.
Hi, for the record, Keith Whitfield, President of UNLV. I think I want to double down. I think the Jubilee thing is an interesting, it's a great name for it. But I want to actually really support that idea. When we're talking about our issues here and talking about access, we might need to break that out and talk about different kinds of access, because we've mixed it a bit, because some of it is about academic access and some of it is about financial access. Across the last 2 semesters, I've actually been holding infrequent but meetings with students just over lunch, taking them to lunch and say, hey, what's going on? What's your biggest issue? I've done that not only at this institution but at a previous institution, and every single time you will hear, because of course those are students that have been able to get across the academic challenge. It's financial. It's the 10,000 different financial challenges that students have in terms of trying to afford higher education. And I just wanted to share with you just a couple of examples, but to put it under and couch it under the idea that we need to think about student success is actually good for business. Sometimes we think that it costs us because we think about, oh, you have to have people, and you have to, but you have to understand, student success actually in our business models actually is good for business. Let me give you a couple of examples. I hate being the guy that always says at my previous institution, but at my previous institution we did 2 things. One of them was we had a program that we called the Heart of Detroit. And in the Heart of Detroit, we gave free tuition to anybody who had a Detroit address. As you can imagine, people were very excited about it. Sounds like you're just giving money away. I'm not going to give you the details of it because it may make me seem like a bit of a charlatan, but when you take a look and see the financial resources needs, the cost of attendance for people, we did it for a specified area. What we looked at was that the amount of financial aid and assistance that was going was almost the same as the tuition that they were paying. So we were kind of able to kind of make a mix and a match where we weren't losing money, but actually we were gaining money because one, the students were taking more credit hours and they were more consistent. Same thing, it's a different thing, but it's still under the idea of student success is good for business. One of the general business, any business officers in here? Put your fingers in your ears, okay? So one of the general propositions, and we've talked about this here too, and that is about holding students' credentials for hostage if they have not paid their debt.
We stopped doing that.
So, again, the guy that talks about previous institution, one of the things that we did was to call it Warrior Way Back. I'd like to see I've gotten statistics for this and I don't necessarily fully believe them, but one of the things that we did at this previous institution was to say, so we're talking about access. How many students actually have some degree or some credits but no degree? And across our institutions, we always have some people. It could be fewer, it could be more. You know, California folks are moving here. Maybe they had started, but they didn't finish. But you're always going to find a percentage of people that are in your population that have some degree, some credits, but no degree. At this previous institution, what we said is that let's think about our ones that we're responsible for those students that when we talk about retention and we talk about completion, how many of those students were actually ours? Now, one of the things that we looked at, we had, numbers set. Again, the business folks will say sometimes it's 1,500, sometimes it's 1,800. If you have debt, you're not able to finish until you pay down that debt. Now, in the lives of most normal people, there's a reason why you couldn't pay off the debt in the first place. And so then to say, well, I'll stop out. And that's even another thing we could dig a little deeper into, is about what are the characteristics, qualifications, the struggles for people who stop out, and how do we actually re-engage them to stop back in. But they stop out, they get $1,800, and what they think is, I'll just save money and then I'll pay down my debt and then I'll come back to school. Those numbers are horrible when we take a look at them because life keeps going. So if you couldn't afford the $1,800 before, it works against you to think that you're going to be able to get that down. So our business model is that we hold people accountable for their debt, but we stop them out just because of life, and we put in front of them a barrier to being able to return to school. So what we did was to say, hey, we'll let you join. We'll take a look and see how you were doing, make sure you're in good academic status, but we'll forgive your debt up to, I forgot, $1,800. I forgot what it was. And what it is that we forgive it, the longer that you stay in, the more we would forgive. So remember, your business office is saying, we're supposed to have them sent to the debt service and they're supposed to be able to pay back this debt. We should take a look and see how many people are actually getting off of those debt rolls. I'll bet you that it's very, very low. So what we did was to say, hey, we'll forgive your debt. In the first semester that we had this, we were doing it like $500 a semester, thinking, 3 semesters. In the first semester, we had 3 people that graduated. Okay? Doesn't sound like a big number, but if you think about it, those were 3 people that for a small amount of money were stopped out of lack of access into higher education. In the first year, we ended up having, I think, 20, and in the first year or 2 years, because I had left, came someplace down in the hot desert, but we had, I think it was over 40 people. Now, did we hurt our bottom line? I don't think so. We actually helped our bottom line because those students are come back in. It's either through their financial aid or state reimbursement or whatever it is, because they're taking credits again. Before, we had no credits from those people. I apologize. It's late on a Thursday and I'm in my professor mode, but I will conclude by saying I think it's the point about the Jubilee. I think it's the point about, as we're thinking about that as a goal, we need to think about, one, the business model that we're using and how we can maybe tweak it or adjust it or facilitate it or incentivize people to want to come back and to continue. We've done that relative to, 15 to finish and all of those programs that we've had before. But that's the academic realm. We need to think about the financial realm as well and how we can maybe take some of the more draconian ways in which we do business in higher ed and to think about ways to make it so that it's an attraction to get back in rather than, I love the idea about kind of knowing what the pricing is that you raised. That sets up proper expectation. That one of the things that we're doing at UNLV is that we have a financial literacy and wellness center. And part of it is to get people to be very realistic about what they can afford and how that fits in to them then paying for higher ed. So I will close by just saying, I hope we can, in some of this, think about ways that we can have creative ways to look at the business model, both for individuals and how they afford higher ed, and how we're actually, as higher ed institutions, some of the rules that we use in terms of engaging our students. Thank you.
Okay, so I think I had Regent Del Carlo and then now Regent Brown. But with your permission, Chair, I'd like to make that the end of this portion. And also mention to all of you that we will be sending out an email address. We don't have it quite set up yet, but it's going to be something like strategicplanning@nshe.nevada.edu. We will send it out to you when it's ready. And you can continue to give your thoughts because we know this really isn't adequate time, but we're just want to make sure people can go home tonight. So anyway, go ahead, Regent Del Carlo.
I want to make sure we get out of here early on Friday so we get home. I just want to say that Regent Cruz Crawford reminded me when she said something about a registration form. We talked about that a long time ago. I don't think anything ever went with it. I do know that when we put the Nevada Promise Scholarship together, we did do one form. Am I correct? And you just check which community college that was going to. So, I know there's different systems at our institutions, but I'm just saying if we think this is important down the road, sometimes your system that you're using expires or changes or you got to upgrade, and maybe you set it as a goal if we think this is important to do more things the same, like one form. And it should be really easy to register. And I think somebody brought it up. One of our regents brought it up in a prior meeting. They went online to see how easy it was to register, and it was very difficult. So that's all I have to say.
Regent Brown for the record. I'm actually going to piggyback on what Regent Del Carlo and President Whitfield just said, because I do think when we talk about success and we talk about, what does that look like, I think we need to be innovative with our tech stack and make it easier for students to enter, but also understand how to use our system. So piggybacking a little bit on this, actually for my nonprofit, I just went through an assessment, and there's a website I can go in and say everything that I need, and then they make recommendations in a table, and then I could look, and it did it for me. It was amazing, and then I could just look at those companies. I don't understand why we don't do that for people to get their personalized education plan. If this is what you want to do, this is how much time that you have the next 3-4 years dedicated, whatever, and then it can give you recommendations, and then it can tell us about the 7 academic institutions and where their plan might fit. I think that's something that could be easily built, that couldn't be very expensive. I think the implementation and then the usability, that's a heavy lift, but I think if we really were to evaluate the ease and accessibility and then have links right there that just go straight into how we actually register. And then in addition to that, we make it easy for people to come into the system, and then while they're there, since we're no longer as a system just valuing the number of degrees that we issue, we actually value them being workforce ready. I think focusing on personal growth and well-being and supporting kind of the holistic development of the individual, including their physical, mental, their emotional well-being. We offer wellness programs. I'll brag on UNLV just because I was at a meeting recently where his staff talked about the financial classes that they just implemented and how they're booked, just completely filled up. Students want this. It's because students need it. I don't know if students know how to balance budgets and understand, but offering that at a system and understanding that there's all these needs. And I kind of wrote a bunch of stuff. It's like understanding financial literacy, time management, and stress management to prepare them for life beyond the classroom. This is something that I focus on when I hire interns. Those are the three things I always focus on because it's something that I see is so severely lacking. So I just think if we are going to be setting students up for success and we want them to be a positive addition to our state's workforce, that we have to identify that we have to kind of take ownership over these non-traditional school needs that our students have. And I think if we can even offer that and like I said, we can improve our tech stack by saying like, well, what do you want to learn? And then we can offer the clubs versus the classroom versus the mentorship versus, just the free programs and the programs that you take in an actual degree seeking. That would be the most ideal for me. And good thing I work with a bunch of tech people. So if we need help, we can probably lean in on some people on that.
Looks like we have one more. President Pollard.
I apologize. I forgot you said you were done. But I think the best strategic plans typically have a BHAG, a big, hairy, audacious goal that you're trying to get to. And so I've been sitting here listening to this conversation, and I keep thinking, what's the BHAG that we're trying to solve in the strategic plan? Because then the answers to these questions may look different. And it's different than saying what our function is as a system versus what are we trying to accomplish. So I was sitting here and I thought, is a big, hairy, audacious goal that we increase the percentage of adults with higher education credentials in the state to 30% by 2030, right? That's a big, hairy, audacious goal. And I'll let the math people figure out if that's even attainable or what that would look like. But if that were the big, hairy, audacious goal, what would student access look like differently? What would student success look like? What are the barriers? Because I think right now we are trying to answer those questions in absence of context. So if you look at the World Population Review, depending on anywhere in here, we're in 5 states. We're better than 5 states than the number of adults who have attained a college credential. If you look at a different one, it could be 6 or 7. Give or take, the numbers we're all in about that same group. So it seems to me there's a profound sense of urgency around this, because that drives, going to the point that I think I heard Regent Brown make earlier around the economic value proposition. We are a part of, and I thought it's the Vice Chancellor made, almost anything, and the state doesn't always see us as such as a part of their economic development realities, but we are. We are essential to that. So I would offer that maybe the next part when we have a conversation about this, what is it we're really trying to do? And then narrow or maybe contextualize these questions a little bit so that then we're working toward that answer with a profound sense of urgency versus trying to capture everything that we want to do for everyone in every role, because that's not going to be something that's probably attainable unless there's a massive influx of resources, both human and capital, in order to do something. Thank you. And I apologize.
Right. Well, I will take on the next section. Natalie Brown, Assistant Vice Chancellor, Workforce Development and Community Colleges, for the record. So you have your question number 4 up here. How are we doing at meeting the needs of the state and its regions? We have workforce and economic development and research listed there. I want you to also think about, what does economic development mean, getting back to what President Pollard was just saying. What is workforce development, and adding in there a third item, workforce training, and where do each of our institutions fall under 1, 2, or all 3 of those items? Some of that research, there's been a lot of different pieces that have come up in the research space, particularly in the past listening sessions, that is so important. And a lot of that also gets to the economic development component. There's been a lot of talk and discussion so far during this presentation about that workforce alignment. That is one of Governor Lombardo's main goals as well. It's a conversation that I have regularly, and as we've also seen, there's a lot of overlap in workforce development and meeting those needs of the state that fall under some of these other areas under student access, success, and even some of those barriers. So those are some of the areas I want you to think about, and something that we've also spent some time thinking about within the system, where workforce development isn't a standalone area, but it's integrated and falls and aligned with academic and student affairs. And some of that alignment, starting with our own selves, has really opened up some of that collaboration and communication within the system. There's a lot more to do, and I welcome all of the comments, thoughts, and brainstorming that we can do today during this time. And I open it up. Regent Brown?
Regent Brown for the record. Like I've said previously, obviously our academic institutions are our workforce pipeline. And so, your question of like, how are we doing at meeting the needs of the state and regions? There's a gap, right? There's an absolute gap when it comes to some of the workforce needs that we need. When I talk to companies and they say we need X number of engineers or X number of high-skilled workers, we simply just don't have that. I've had meetings with our southern institutions, and we're working towards it. We're looking at what that looks like. And I'm going to go to what we've been talking about at the workforce committee. Honestly, we need a report that shows us the economic future and our workforce future for our state. We just need it. We can't sit here and talk about that, we need X number of degrees because, that's who we need today. Well, they're going to take 2 to 4 years to graduate. So what do we need in 2 to 4 years, and what do we need in 10 years? And I will shout out Daniel Archer and Natalie Brown. They found Lightcast. It's an incredible resource. A lot of our institutions use it, but there's this one report. It's a workforce projection report, and it is amazing. I have literally talked to so many humans in this state about why we need it. It's $100,000, so I'm not going to say that let's just get it tomorrow. It costs money. But this will literally help every single one of our academic institutions make strategic decisions. It'll help this board make strategic decisions, because when you guys come to us and say, we want to do these classes, okay, I believe you that you need these classes. But if we actually had something that showed what we'll need in the future, we can weigh additional classes and changes against real data. And so when we talk about, are we doing what needs to be to meet the needs? The answer is no. And that's because, one, we just don't have the information. But that's not because we're not trying. It's not because all of our institutions aren't just killing it in what they're doing. But if we want to be strategic and we want to actually look at what the state looks like, and when we talk about diversifying our economy, that's not just a sexy thing that we're saying, we're going to diversify our economy, then the economy bounces back and we forget about it. We literally can't afford to do that. After the financial crisis, we said it, we forgot it, and look what happened at the pandemic, and then we forgot it, and we're just not in a point where we can do that again. So I can tell you from a regional economic development standpoint and the state, we're fully invested in diversifying our economy, and that means NSHE needs to also fall in line and help with that trajectory. And I genuinely think having this report will do that for us. Again, it is $100,000. I acknowledge that that's real money, but $100,000 and we're able to solidify an economic development path forward. Who cares? The ROI is there, right? That money doesn't mean anything. So that's where I'll start.
Thank you for that. President Dinelli?
Hi, Dr. Amber Dinelli, interim president for Great Basin College. We do a lot of workforce, and so I just was writing down some of our thoughts. We know we're going to have more need within all of our rural areas for industry. Every time I meet with a different partner, they say this is how many employees we're going to need, and they're usually telling me they need diesel welding and electricians. But the truth of the matter is that they're going to put people into positions who don't have that training yet. And so what we're looking at is how can we have alternate schedules? These are ways for employees to go to work and start learning the trade. And if Jeff Alexander was here, he would be saying, go Amber. So I'm going to mention him because lots of times what happens is we have people that come from industry. They've already been working in these fields. And so looking at the experience and the training that they're already coming with, and then how we can work with them to do evening, weekends, and also looking at stretching our legs into our part-time faculty, where we have people who already have those degrees, already have full-time jobs, that are, making an income that's higher than what the college can provide, but they're interested in doing evening classes. They're interested in teaching a weekend class. So sometimes it's also looking at, just a different way of how we educate populations within our areas. So that's just some of the stuff with rural. The other thing's going to be collaboration with technology partners. I'm glad Regent Brown mentioned that because we did just partner with NORCAT for our GBC NORCAT MST, which is a mining skills training. It's because they use a lot of VR and a lot of training within our mining industry in which students can get training within like a week to 2 weeks. And so that's something that we're going to be developing. Some of that will come through continuing education. Some of that will develop into actual stackable credits and move that forward, that eventually students would be able to add that onto those degrees and pick up those things like an electrical degree or an instrumentation degree. You can see that across the board, even when we're talking about building a workforce. That also goes for our healthcare, our teachers. How can we do this at a different pace? How can we look at this different, which I know UNR currently is looking at that too, as far as their nursing, how to move that through quicker. And all of us are exploring these ideas of what it is to build a current workforce. And like I said, the truth of the matter is lots of times people are going to be in these roles already without the training and those certificates. So we want to be there and be a partner with these industries to say, we can still educate the workforce, and here's our ability and our ways to do that. So that's the other just thing that I would mention really quickly and close out is that really the state of Nevada has become a very good partner of ours. Lots of times we are having these big wins in equipment, and while they can't come at us with salaries, that's where the industry partners, they're saying, what can we help you with? And we say, we need a salary. We need you to pay for a diesel instructor. We need an electrician, an electrical instructor. And so the state of Nevada on the other side is giving us, what is your need for equipment? And we have had some really big wins over the last probably 2 to 3 years. So I would give a shout out and just say that all of these things that Natalie's talking about as far as, workforce and development and working with the governor, and really the state of Nevada is on board, at least I know, with the community colleges and assisting all of us. So thank you.
Thank you for that. Regent McMichael?
Yes, I'm going to beat this to death here about the Jubilee. The thing is, I know there are people in the legislature that really are doing the best that they can, but I think they need to be pushed. And in order to do that, maybe we should start thinking about a ballot measure. I'm pretty sure that there would be 100% approval for every student's parents to enact a Jubilee. So why not go to the legislature and say, hey, we're going to get together a ballot measure, and we're going to see if it passes. Because if it does, and I'm pretty sure every household in this state would say, I really would like my child to stay home and not have a second or a job to have to make ends meet in order to pay that tuition. I really would like for this to go through, and I don't see how it wouldn't fail. It's got to pass. So is that something that we could formulate and ask the legislature?
For the record, Chris Nielsen, Regent McMichael, there's a couple different ways to get stuff on the ballot, and I'd be happy to talk with you after the meeting or in between and go from there.
Okay. Yeah, I'm going to beat this to death. I only have 5.5 months left as a regent, and I'm going to push this until I'm out. And if we can get this up to the legislature and have the people vote and say, yeah, I think that's a good idea. I sure would like it. It's only once every 10 years, okay? And if my child falls in that group, I'll be so happy to be able to allow them to go to school full time, and they don't have to worry about working after school, then having to try and do their homework before they have to go to sleep and get up the next morning and do the same thing over and over again. I went through this with my son, and when he graduated, he was so ecstatic over the fact that he could get some sleep. So I would really appreciate it, what help I can get in order to see if we can put this on a ballot. I mean, we do work with the legislature, and I think a lot of times we have to push them, to see just how far and how much we can get from them. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Any other comments?
Natalie?
Oh.
I have one comment. It's more of a question. So on item 4, how are we doing at meeting the needs of the state and its regions in terms of research? I'm not sure if I know how to measure that. So I think as a regent, it would, for me, I think elevating what research our institutions are doing would be helpful to me to understand if we are meeting those needs. So I mean, we hear about all of the great work that's being done. We hear about the money that's coming in to our institutions to do that research, but I'm just not sure if we are meeting the needs.
Thank you for that. Chancellor Charlton?
Yeah. So for the record, Patty Charlton, Interim Chancellor. So actually, this was a point that I think both on the research and economic development lens, as well as, and again, on research. But one of the things that was, I think, a hard hit for the community colleges in particular was when the capacity funds and even the WIN funds kind of shifted away. Now, there is money, and we're very grateful, and I know that our institutions have been extremely successful in their attempts through the WIN funds, but that income stream is very unstable, and to go back session after session and then to go through the competitive process, I think, and I know President Hilgerson's over there, but I think she just received 1.8 million or something along those lines for an innovative program. But perhaps as we look at what we measure, some, capturing that specifically and leveraging that for the future, because we really need to have that back within NSHE's portfolio of resources, because that's the only way to continue that predictably and sustainably. On the research space, I would have to say the Knowledge Fund. The Knowledge Fund was created many, many years ago, but it hasn't been, I don't believe, and I'm looking at President Achara, I think that we lost some ground on that funding. But if we are going to be innovative and be deliberate in those efforts on research, we have to have that sustainable source of leveraging. And I think that's what the WIN funds and the economic development space and workforce funding did for the community colleges, but for the universities in particular, without those funds and without those matches, doesn't that leave you really constrained? I mean, I know we've got the new Check Hub and the different NSF funding, but that all comes with a match and a price tag. And if we want to really be, I would say, innovative, entrepreneurial, we need to look at the commercialization, look at the rule that we have. And I know that we're having some conversations regarding that. And I know the state wants to partner with us. So what does that look like? And what are those challenges for all of you, particularly in research? And then we can talk to the community colleges.
Thank you, Chancellor. I can speak to that a little bit. Kamud Acharya, President of DRI. I think the Knowledge Fund was created under Governor Sandoval's time, 2012, I believe, 11, 12, to help 3 research institutions in technology transfer and commercialization. And so it was funded at about $10 million every biennium. And then later on, I mean, right now we get about about $5 million over biennium. I think those early investment into these 3 institutions have paid big dividends, like the Tech Hub funding and DRI and UNLV's SWISI funding, the CHIPS Act, the NSF engines, like $160 million. Those are all results. And also those early investment that were made have resulted in new companies, new technologies in the state. And so I think it's a long game, and I think the legislators have not really understood the value of that investment into Knowledge Fund and our institutions. That's why it's a pity that they don't continue to support other institutions. Like, for example, I believe South Carolina invests about $300 million into the same program, where we don't even invest like $10 million. It's at $5 million. And so they also then create workforce, because those new companies require new workforce, And so I think I see the connection here that you're trying to make. And I think that the Knowledge Fund investment by Governor's office or the legislators is critical if we really want to help entrepreneurship in the state.
Thank you. President Whitfield?
Keith Whitfield for the record. I don't know if I can ever follow what Kamut said. He hit on a bunch of really important points. The level of funding, when you look at other states, it's drastically different. But he touched on something that I've noticed, and that is that there was some discussion about the money that goes into that is supposed to actually pay dividends, like cash dividends. And I think that it's actually up to us as research institutions that we need to better be able to show the workforce that's being done, the attraction of businesses because we have an educated workforce. Of that, I just put it back on us and say we probably need to do a better job of actually showing what research actually does, because in the realm, a lot of people don't get it. They just go, oh, somebody's in a lab doing something. But the kinds of things that they're doing will spin off lots of different things. Let me give you an example that just came to my office yesterday. We have an MIT-trained faculty member that in his first year, he's figured out a way to basically make it rain. Not rain so much as water. Through as low as 10% humidity, he can actually figure out a way through these gels to take and develop water. So tying that to the ability of what research can actually do on so many different fronts for us, it is workforce. It's dealing with some of the big issues that we have. That's why you want to use that money as an investment and not as we'll put money in and it'll grow. Because that's what I heard the big criticism was the last time, was that, well, we put in money, but it just went away. What happened to it? And we talked about some of the outcomes, but I think we needed to do even a better job of actually telling what that investment actually does in terms of its payoff.
Thank you for that. Regent Brown?
Thank you, Regent Brown for the record. I'm going to piggyback on a few people here. And I'm going to start with Dr. Pollard. I think when she said, what's our BHAG for the first 3, and then what Chair Carvalho said about what is the economic development needs that we're trying to fill, I actually think that that's a really important data set to acknowledge first and foremost, because similar to what Dr. Charya and Dr. Whitfield just said, when we talk about the impact our institutions themselves can make on the state, the commercialization of these research ideas and the tech transfer and, going after and funding Knowledge Fund. I mean, that is not even something this board has even, scratched the surface on what we can do. And to acknowledge, we are having a conversation later on, but that in and of itself is such a game changer. I mean, some of these institutions can make hundreds of millions of dollars commercializing their research, and we can get there, but we need a system-wide plan, which means all three research institutions need to agree and work together and come up with an NSHE system that can actually build towards a real, moneymaker for our institution and all of the institutions, but our system as a whole. So I just wanted to put that out there since this is a work session, that is something that we need to agendize at some point, and that is something that I'll look to our research institutions to, maybe I don't need you to agree on the structure, but I need you to agree that we're going to get along and we're going to build something that's going to work, because without all three institutions doing it, the system can't actually commercialize in the way that we should.
So to follow that point, again, for the record, Patty Charlton, there are good structures that exist. They are very successful, but they also align with the community colleges on the back end of that workforce. So we don't have to recreate the wheel. We do know that we have partners that want to support it, but we need to have that plan. So I'm looking forward to that conversation in a couple weeks. And yes, bringing it back to the board for an agenda item.
Any other comments, questions? Anything to add to our brainstorming session list? All right, and with that, I will, Regent Del Carlo.
Thank you. I'm sorry for that. I was just thinking, I remember the state, somebody from the state came and spoke at a board meeting. And maybe we need to have them come like once a year, because things change, needs change. I just remember it was the top 20 jobs. I think it was the top 20 jobs that the state needed. So, I mean, like to see that. I mean, I've been on the board 8 years. Is it the same 20 or is it changed? And you've got to be able to look in the crystal ball, and there's needs down the road, because I know especially the lithium industry is, we're going to be the world leader there. We're on the path for that. So there's jobs coming down the pike that we don't even know about, and they'll be there within 5 years or 3. So we need to look at that too.
Thank you. Regent Brown.
All right, I'll take it. Sorry, I didn't know we moved on to 5 and 6. So I just want to talk about like the missing metrics. I do think that we need to have.
We haven't quite moved on 5 and 6. We're closing out 4.
Copy. I thought you were closing it out, so I'm going to be quiet.
All right, with that, we are closing out 4.
Thank you. So Daniel Archer for the record here. So yeah, we are going to try to close this out here with 5 and 6, and we've got a 10-minute timer going down as we speak here. So just want to first jump into number 5 here and really think of this through a systemness lens, and just throw the question out there: in what ways should we be more aligned as a system? And encourage you to think about any gaps or limitations that you think may exist based on some of the inconsistencies that may or may not be there. Regent Brown, please.
Hi, Regent Brown for the record. I wrote a few things down. So curriculum alignment, I had kind of already talked about it earlier, but standardizing, the applied degrees. See, I got it this time. Big brain energy. Applied degrees, if they move on, systemizing that. We want to ensure transferability and consistency to Regent Del Carlo's point earlier. If 96% of our stuff transfer, we just need to fill that last 4% gap. There's no reason there shouldn't be. Collaborative research, shared resources, and unified policies. So I know that, again, if we are presenting as a system, then policies admission, registration, everything should actually be more unified across.
Yeah, Regent Perkins.
Thank you, Regent Perkins for the records. I think this came up earlier. One application for all the institutions, so you can just check a box and it'll be automatically sent to the institution that, the person is applying for. But that one application, would help us, again, be seen as a system, and optics mean a lot. The last, there was something about alignment. As a system, to align to the state, I'm going to give SCS a shameless plug. When you mentioned no, we don't have access in the rural areas so that people have to go to McDonald's in order to get service, we should be pushing that 100% that SCS can take care of that. We have nodes. We own the nodes. So we need to be paid for what we do, and we can contribute not only to us at NSHE level, we can contribute to the whole state. And that's one of the secret resources that we don't utilize very often and we don't push. I think some of the money is going to another company that is a private industry, and that money should be coming to us as education to help us further the use of our technology.
Regent Downs, please.
Thank you, Regent Downs, for the record. In regards to the system being aligned school to school, we've already discussed this, but for students going on to the four-year school at UNLV, UNR, if they've taken classes at a community college, then they would be able to, for the universities, I know this is probably not going to be able to happen because of the instance of PeopleSoft, but if there was a way that advisors from these institutions can see the work completed at the other colleges, that would take away another step. Oh, now I've got to do a transcript for here, I've got to do a transcript for here, versus just being able to pull it in and say, we see you've done these classes, let's get your schedule going. So it doesn't have to be like 2 or 3 or 4 sessions with an advisor to get that process going. It also saves time for the advisors so they can serve more students. So if there's a way to make that happen, I think SCS may hate me even asking this, I'm just going to put it out there, would be helpful for, I think, students' sake. Thank you.
Any other thoughts on alignment? Yeah, President Dalby.
Thanks, Kyle Dalby, Western Nevada College. I want to back up the previous 2 comments because I do have 3 kids who have gone through more than 3 institutions in our system. And it has come up why the credits can't transfer. I remember having this discussion. I wasn't in this seat, but back in early spring 2016. And one of the things that came out of it last time was the ability to transfer credits for free rather than having to pay for it. But everybody, like right now, I've got a child who's at 2 institutions. And if she takes a class at WNC and is doing the degree at UNR, we have to go in through the clearinghouse and transfer. And I think that's what Regent Downs and Regent Perkins were hitting on. That creates the systemness. And what being said there, I think I should have started with this, is the student experience needs to be more aligned to make it feel like, not so they feel like a system, but so that it is a system that they can effectively get through. Because I'm guiding her to do a lot of this stuff. And there's people who, children are in the system who have no experience in higher ed, and if I've got to call and ask for questions and I've got to navigate it, and I don't have any good answers sometimes why it's so hard, I can't expect a family who has no experience in higher education to do that. One good example, my daughter graduated from a high school in Texas, and she was looking at schools there. I did lure her back, but she, through the process, they have a system right now with all of the schools in Texas that you go through application, you do demographic screens, all of that, hit save, it saves you into a portal, and then you go to the drop down that says, I want to go to Tyler Junior College, I want to go to UT Austin, I want to do that. And that's what I think Regent Perkins is talking about. So it's out there. Probably it gets into that technology piece that's going to be expensive to make it work. But it's there, and we can rip off some good best practices from across the country and make it happen one piece at a time.
Thanks. Okay, any other thoughts on systemness?
I would add one area that it is big and it's hairy, and I would like it to be a goal to be aligned is dual enrollment. That's an area that I think we need more alignment with.
Okay, so I'm going to move on to the last question here, and I think there'll probably be some good feedback here. Want to throw out there what metrics are missing, and could you go back to the metrics slide that we had on there previously? That would help because I think that people would be able to see kind of what we're doing right now and go back a little bit more. Right there, perfect, thank you. So take a look at what we're capturing right now and think about what's missing. Regent Perkins.
Our faculty breakdown, makeup, what do you call those? Yes,
Okay.
ethnicity, and so that we can see what we're aligning to our student population. Is that actually what our faculty looks like? Or full-time, part-time, et cetera, tenured, who's on the tenure track, why they're, just that whole dynamic of statistics that we need.
Other thoughts on metrics, things that we need to be looking at? President Dalpy.
On one of the first slides, you don't have to go back to it, but Assistant Vice Chancellor Davis showed the iterations of the strategic plan. In one of the previous strategic plans, I think it's 2011, there was a demographic component that measured student enrollment based on the population served by the institution. And I go back to that every now and then and say, when we hear things, are we enrolling, enough or a representative amount of Latino students, for example? What does that look like? And we go back to the demographics of the area. For us, it could be Carson's one number and Fallon 75 miles away is another number. I don't know if that's important or should be important. I just want to put it out there. It used to be something, and it kind of makes because we do get that. Why are we not serving more Native American students? And then the more becomes a quantifying factor or any other group where we have to define what more is. We have to have a baseline to say, well, is it more or are we right in the ballpark? And it's not just ethnicity, because right now we are very heavy on high school students. We have a robust dual enrollment program to the point where now we need to balance out. So our strategies going forward are age-wise, we're looking at anybody who's not a high school student, so that we have to balance out based on 25 plus or 30 plus, however we define that. But just an idea to throw out there. I don't know if it belongs or not, or if we want to bring it back, but it has existed in the past.
Yes, Regent Brown.
Now it's ready for number 6. Okay, so a couple metrics that I had written down. Student well-being and support metrics, so like mental health and wellness, so data on the usage and effectiveness of the mental health services, student stress level and overall well-being, support service utilization, so metrics on the utilization and impact of academic advising, tutoring, career center, and other support services. Talking a little bit about our commercialization and tech transfer, so we'll get into more kind of expanding in the R&D expenditures, but like the research and innovation metrics. So research output and impact. So metrics on the quantity and quality of research publications, patents, grants, and collaboration with industry and government. Innovation and entrepreneurship. Data on the number of startups launched by students and faculty. Success rates of these ventures and contribution to local economy. Interdisciplinary collaboration, tracking the extent and impact of interdisciplinary research and projects that address complex real-world problems.
Someone did some homework, I guess.
What?
Someone did some homework, it sounds like.
I had 8 hours on a plane, had to do some typing. And then I have some like career and workforce alignment metrics, but I think these are maybe a little bit harder to do, employment outcomes, employer satisfaction, and then the impact of internship and apprenticeship. I think we can also talk about community engagement. Again, these get a little bit harder and bigger in scope, but I'll just put them out there for Community service and engagement metrics on students, faculty, and staff involved in community service, service learning projects, and civic engagement activities. How engaged are we as a community with our higher ed institutions? Impact on local community. I mean, we're sitting here in a cooperative extension office. We obviously have a really great impact on the community. So can we measure that? Can we actually show year-over-year progress? And then public perception. I think people, the survey engaged the perception of NSHE institutions by the general public, and see what key stakeholders in the public feel the growth is. I have some academic excellence metrics, but I think I'll stop there. I'm happy to share offline. Let's see if any of these are administrative effect. Yeah, so.
Other thoughts on measurements that we want to look at and think about our dashboard and what it looks like down the road when we launch this or relaunch this? Oh, I just said, just kind of thinking about this through the context of relaunching our dashboard and what we want it to look like and what we want it to have.
I've been thinking about maybe some sort of metric based on financial outcomes for graduates, if that's a possibility, and also what type of debt do they graduate with as well?
So like the percentage of graduates that have sustainable wage jobs, something along those lines. Okay.
Definitely
Okay.
that, and then also what debt do they graduate with, or even it would be wonderful to see debt based on if you've graduated and those who have stopped out somehow. But I don't know if we can get all of that information, but those financial metrics would be interesting. And useful for moving forward with our institutions.
Other thoughts on metrics here? We got 2.5 minutes. So going once, going twice. Okay.
Daniel, can I ask, this is more for the community colleges, because I know one of the things that we've talked about is are we really capturing the data points when we talk about graduation, we talk about transfer, there's different measures. I mean, we know we have iPads, but there's other, voluntary framework was one, but are these, when you look at student success, one thing that's difficult is to capture non-credit programs because they're outside of the system. So are there things on the non-credit side, which is such an important and vital part of what you do? Are there things on here that we need to be looking at, or systems or data to account for? We'll start with Amber and move down the line. How's that? President Donnelly.
Dr. Amber Dinelli, Great Basin College interim president, for the record. I think that, I mean, obviously we do quite a bit of continuing education. We partner with a lot of our industry, like I've said. And for example, our CDL program is probably a really good example. Obviously, that's definitely something that's needed in our workforce. And you routinely probably don't hear anything about that, what those rates are, but we know that the impact of the trucking industry is huge. And so that would be just an example. Yes, sometimes we track that stuff. It depends if it's got a grant tied to it. For example, when we had the Sandy grant, we had to report and track numbers and also had to report employment. So within 6 months, we had to track, and those students actually who got those funds had to basically sign an agreement saying that they were willing to have that done. But it certainly is something that we could report on. Our plan is to continue to do more of that area because it's a funding generator. for us, and it's also a platform. The process of creating a program with credits can take time, putting it through not only the institution, but then sending it through, the academic review and then potentially the full board. And so sometimes we'll use continuing ed as a platform to basically launch like NORCAT and this training program, but you guys won't know the wonderful statistics or the information off of it because it's not something you collect. So those are just a couple of examples. I'm sure everybody, I probably could give you an entire entourage and list of what that looks like, but those are just some, examples that I would share with you of things that you're missing and the impact that that's having not only on workforce, but, on the state of Nevada and larger, because like that CDL, those truckers go across the United States. Thank you.
Kyle Delpy, Western Nevada College. We also have the non-credit programs that do get measured if we bring them up, most likely in the workforce committees. Same thing. They're not really, they're not as accounted for because the state does not fund them. And so I'll mention something maybe completely different because we're all going to get a chance to speak, is the state has given us in our funding formula what they consider to be the metrics, because if we don't get students, I'm looking at the student success rates. I had some notes up that we look at completion rates of students. If we don't get students from day one to the last day without a letter grade, it's not considered a success. If they withdraw, we do not get state funding for that. And so being on the funding formula committee and watching that and having seen that transition back in 2011, the state has defined success as starting here and finishing here with a letter grade, including it. We argued at the time, back as I remember, I made one of the arguments, it was that an F, earned F, should be funded because they take up a seat. But that completion is that piece of a semester, then the next semester, and then the graduation rates. And that's all articulated in the funding formula for the state appropriation. Programs like I have, like GBC has the CDL program, because they're non-credit, yours is non-credit, right? Yeah, we're both non-credit, aren't measured at all. They could be articulated over, and actually it would be success for us because we complete almost everybody through those programs. But to move it from one to the other, like was said, is a little bit clunky, and it's working, and we don't want to disrupt it or just put it on the credit side just to drive the formula. But there is those I want to just mention that there are those metrics built into the formula that we really need to pay attention to, and we're paying attention to them now more than ever because they could all change. But we want to make sure that they're tied to this, and this really should drive a lot of what we talk about on July 30, provide there's latitude to do that so late in the funding formula study game. So.
Okay, Karen Hilgerson for the record. First of all, thank you, Chancellor Charlton, for asking this question. I would offer three things that I think we could do a much better job on, and perhaps make some gains in solidarity in the way we think about students. I think it would be wonderful if one of the metrics related to adult basic education, English as second language, we all have great programs in this area, and yet we really have never been afforded the time, not in the last 5 years, to even discuss those programs because of the very limited and structured nature of our annual performance presentations. When I first arrived at NSHE, we were given a full hour, and during that time I could touch on really one of the most important things that community colleges do for our people, and that is adult basic education, English as a second language. And so I think it would be great to put that metric back in so that we could share some of these amazing and transformative success stories with you. Along with that, we do a lot of internal measurement related to our non-credit community learning, self-actualizing things that community members take, whether it's watercolor or how to make beer or whatever it is they want to do, and these are things that generate quite a bit of revenue for TMCC that really help our college sustain itself when we do run short of resources. So I think that would be it's maybe not a quantitative metric. It's hard to see how that would look, but I'm sure we could give you some results of evaluations of participants in those courses. The other thing, and I've encouraged this many times before, I think we need to move away from iPads when we look at community colleges. It just doesn't fit us anymore. I would recommend the U.S. Department of Ed College Scorecard, which does rely in part on iPads, but looks at other things, including the entry-level earnings that two-year college graduates get. So they are obviously linking to the Department of Labor at the federal level. That's really cool. So we should at least take a look officially at the U.S. Department of Ed College Scorecard. And it was updated again. It's getting better and better every few years, so that's wonderful. And finally, I'll close by asking if NSHE staff, and I'm happy to connect you, could take a good look at the new metrics for Salt Lake Community College. That institution was so frustrated with iPads that they basically they did hire a lot of IT people, and this is something that, I'd be happy to pay my dues so that the system could run something like this. But they basically created a system of metrics and data collection that is very unique to community colleges and the work we do. And the former president recently retired, but I'm sure I could give her a call, and I know they would be happy to let us take a look at how they structured their new program. It's relatively new, but they're very, very pleased with what they're learning from these new customized data sets. Thank you.
And one thing we may want to throw out there too, that we talked about, is that we certainly understand the need to have some metrics that apply across the board, but I do think there is a fair argument to say that we would have some sector-specific measurements that are out there that would be research universities or measured in certain ways that are, I guess, institution or tier-specific metrics, and then the community colleges, then NSU would have kind of a category as well. But I think there's definitely an openness on our part to try to break some of that down a little bit and to have some things that are a little bit more mission specific. Kind of getting into mission differentiation again, but Regent Brown, please.
Thank you. And thank you for bringing that up, President Helgerson, because I actually made it a new business item to look at different data sets, because I remember President Helens and yourself mentioning this. And then I believe Regent Del Carlo also had something. All I'm saying is that we hear you. And if the data that we ask you to do is not helpful to you, then it is not helpful to us. And it's just busy work. And so we're beyond that. So I'm glad that you brought that up again. And I hope that we do give you a different data set. With that being said, we talked about concurrent and dual enrollment for a hot second. I had actually asked these questions in a meeting and never got any feedback from any of the presidents. So I'm going to ask them again. And then I guess I'll follow up with an email, since asking in an email in a meeting isn't always fruitful. When it comes to concurrent enrollment, I want to know how many students matriculate from concurrent enrollment to the host school. How many of those students without the GPA recommendation requirement, are allowed to enroll in that host school? And how many students graduate? Do they stay enrolled in the same school that they started in? I had a couple other questions for concurrent enrollment, but I think those are three that can get us started. I know our R1 had said, our two R1s had told me in that meeting that that there's some exceptions made, but I had asked how many exceptions, and I never found out. So again, I will follow up with an email with these, and I had several other questions, but while we're talking about like data, that's just important for us. We do need to have the greater mission differentiation conversation. We need to have a greater concurrent enrollment conversation. But I think we can't really know if it's working if we don't know at least the basics of how students are matriculating.
Other thoughts on data, mission differentiation, anything else? Yeah, Regent Del Carlo.
Thank you, Vice Chancellor Archer. Mine's on data, and I think we're onto something through TMCC and all the community colleges. I mean, we have a fabulous partnership with ACCT. We're a member organization. I sit on their national board, and our CEO is Ji-Heng Lee. He's done an amazing job since we gave him the CEO position like 3 years ago, he is like going after every grant known to man, and I see an opportunity here. Just as Georgia State went and did the NISS, that was all homegrown in Georgia. They figured it out, and then they scaled it. Now they've got 80, what did they say, 80 customers or something? Schools, something out there. I mean, maybe we could put something together with ACCT, because the iPads, I agree, it's no fun to go after metrics that don't measure success and measure what we're doing. And I've agreed with you from day one on that, President Hilgerson, and I appreciate it being brought up again today. So why don't we, the community colleges, put together what it is we need? Because I think that's kind of why we got away from the metrics, because they're not measuring what it is we need. I mean, we are a system, but doesn't mean it's one size fits all. Because as someone said earlier, we'll look at the two R1s and our state university, but maybe that state university is going to fall over on the community college side sometimes. So, oops. Or I was going to say that next, but thank you. Great minds think alike. I'm just kidding. So that makes a whole lot more sense. And there's just so many, there's dollars. There's a lot of grant money out there. And why couldn't we put something together right here in Nevada? And if we get it right, then maybe we can go sell it and make some money. And that money would go to the community colleges who are so underfunded. So, it's a win-win. Thank you.
Any other questions, thoughts regarding data? Okay, I'll turn it back over to you, Madam Chair.
All right. Thank you, Vice Chancellor Archer. I think that this was a really good conversation, and I appreciate all of the feedback and input on this. So we will close out our strategic planning conversation. So at this point, we are at public comment in the end of the day. So is there any public comment at GBC? It doesn't sound like there is any. Is there any public comment at the system office in Reno?
None in Reno.
Thank you, Regent Arascata. Is there any public comment here at Cooperative Extension? Please come forward. State your name and spell your name, and you have 2 minutes.
Hi, Teresa Marie for the record. I am the GPSA Student Body President at UNLV. Chair Carvalho, thank you for asking the question on metrics regarding graduate students and student loan debt. I requested that at the NSA meeting. So I am glad to hear that our voices are being heard. However, I did just sit here all day and hear about what students need, and nobody asked what the student in the room needed, or potentially what those students that I work with need. Not only am I the graduate student body president at UNLV, but I am a mentor for students at our undergrad, as well as CSN. And I hear a lot of issues about transfer of credits, about accessibility. As a graduate student, I've experienced issues with accessibility. I have had to take classes in my program that are, I have a master's in public policy with a focus in public administration. I have a law degree and I'm doing a PhD. I had to take a policy class that was taught in my department. And it was a great class, the professor was great, but my master's was above the level that I was being taught. And I had to spend money on that class. My program is not accessible for me to work full-time and do my PhD. I was offered to be a law clerk by the presiding judge for dependency court while I did my PhD. But because my classes are held between 11:30 and 2:15 most days, I couldn't do that. So I had to go and I had to take a GA line, and I'm also supplementing my income with loans. So I've hit over $200,000 in student loan debt, both with my law degree, my master's degree, and now my PhD, because my program was not accessible. But I love UNLV. and I wasn't going to go somewhere else to get my degree. This is where I want to be. This is the institution that I want to work with. And this is the community that I want to do my research in. I focus on failed adoptions in foster care. I was a Title I homeless youth in Nevada. I was told I'd never graduate from university. I am here for that voice and what I do, and I still represent students in that matter, and I advocate for them on that level, both in college, out of college, and navigating the system. And it's just sad that you guys sat here all day today talking about what do students need, and I sat there and nobody asked me. So I thank you, and I hope that if you do another workshop like this, you will make sure that the students' voices that are in the room are asked. Thanks.
Thank you. I don't see any other public
Yes.
comment here. Oh, please, Regent McMichael, thank you.
Donald McMichael, McMichael. I just wanted to reiterate once more that I'm here for all students and to make sure that all students are safe on campus at all hours. And I also want to say Jubilee. That's such a good word, isn't it? It's so fun. I also would like to mention that at our last meeting, I was under the impression that we are a nonpartisan group. And that meeting turned into a political fiasco. And I don't understand how we don't have the ability to vet speakers that are being brought forward. I would like to find out whether or not that was a violation of our NSHE code. And if it was, does that nullify the vote? So I would like to really get into that because I think certain things were not done properly. I only objected to the process. I had no animosity towards any students or any groups. I was speaking about history within the United States and how we need to remember what we are as citizens. If we don't understand what the Constitution of the United States is, then maybe some of us need to go back to school. Thank you.
Thank you. SCS, is there any public comment on the phone?
There are no callers at this time, Madam Chair.
Thank you. With that, I will convene the meeting until 9 a.m. tomorrow.